morning, everyone. My name is Jim Palmer. I'm the IT director, so I'm in charge of technology. And one fun fact, I used to be a drag racer. I had a big block Camaro that used to run 890s at about 150 miles an hour. That was fun. That was expensive, but it was fun.
Good morning, I'm Audrey Sarcy, Public Works Director. I guess a fun fact is I am attempting to relearn how to ski as an adult. It's not going so well, but
Scott has a good surgeon.
I can hook you up.
Good morning, I'm Anjali Maya and Arts and Recreation Director. I guess a fun fact about myself is I really enjoy painting, oil painting and acrylics. Haven't done it in years and hope to pick it up at some point.
Rachel, Deputy City Manager. Fun facts, when I was in high school, I won a gold medal at Canadian Nationals for rowing.
How'd it go,
Hi, my name is Angie. I'm the communications manager. Fun fact, I guess, about myself is that in my spare time, I am a Zumba and hip hop fitness instructor at my gym. Nice.
Hi, I'm Community Development Director. Fun fact about myself, I guess I have 4 kids at home that are still asleep.
Hey, good morning. I'm Carrie Sand. I'm the city attorney. Fun fact about me is I have one of those insanely loud whistles that you hear at sporting events. My dogs and my kids know my whistle. I've tried to teach them. Sadly, they haven't learned it. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Suggs, supervising analyst in the state manager's office. Fun fact is that I play recreational ice hockey, which I picked up as an adult.
All right, Vicki Carlson, I'm the finance director. Fun fact for me is I like to do jigsaw puzzles, and I'm currently working on an 18,000 piece puzzle.
Hey, good morning. I'm Mark Barrett. I'm the Administrative Services Director. And I guess a fun fact is I used to be a deputy sheriff, and my wife was a paramedic and a firefighter in the same area. So for a while, we had 911 covered.
Now, I am making the assumption, and it may not be correct, that you all know the council members. Do the council members need to stand up and introduce themselves?
We want their fun fact.
All right, here we go. All right, up we go. Let's start with Amy.
I'm Amy Lamb. I don't know if this is a fun fact, but, you know, I love dogs, but my son, he got a Doberman. I didn't realize I would actually love this Doberman. He's a little ADHD, and right now he is like roaming around my house, and I wish I had a camera.
Josh Amato, fun facts. Fun fact, I have seen every episode of Seinfeld well over 100 times, and I now use it to go to sleep at night. So I moved the audio version only over to an old iPod Nano and put it in my ear, and I fall asleep. So that I don't think about other things. So maybe like a weird fact.
Hey everybody. Presumably you all know I am. I'm Scott McCollum, city manager. Fun fact is, well, leadership team has heard all of my fun facts, but for council, they may or may not know this, but fun fact is, I was a cheerleader in high school.
Oh, I can take pictures.
Oh, he's got pictures too.
We need some receipts on that, Scott. Here, Stuart, fun fact. I think I don't know about my taekwondo, so maybe the fun fact is that I spent a summer roofing when I lived in the state of Maryland, which is very hot. But I made a lot of money, so it's good.
Oh, yeah.
Kent Treen, a fun fact, I've been in a helicopter ride once and I jumped out. Hey, I was a smoke jumper with a fun. It was real low.
Wow, I can't beat that. Rochino
took up probably during lockdown, during COVID, is I'm an avid gardener. I have a tiny, tiny garden, and I have transformed it over the last number of years. I'm big into no-dig gardening and all of that, so that's me.
So how's the marijuana crop?
Moving along.
Hi, I'm Debbie Treen. My fun fact is that my first job was working for Dairy Queen, and I can still make that cone, the little swirl at the top.
Hey everyone, Michael Boyer. Let's see, fun fact, early on I was looking for plan B, so I learned how to ride a unicycle and juggle. And so if this council thing falls apart, circus comes down.
I think we got parks, entertainment.
I just want to go over the operating agreements that we just created and have the staff hear them as well. Oopsie. We said that we want to assume with intent, seek to understand. I put demonstrate respect because just respect didn't work. So demonstrate respect, establish agreed upon facts, and be accountable. Okay, so what's the point of these operating agreements? They're useless if you don't actually use them. So I'm going to suggest to you as the council that every other month or so you sit down and ask the question, how are we doing? And you actually take time out of your meeting to discuss it and say, how are we doing? And some people put it, I've had councils that have put it like right on a little poster right at their seat so they can see it. And I suggest that too, so that you're always thinking about, this is the way we're going to interact, right? Because it's not necessarily easy.
What happens?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. What happens when people don't follow the operating?
Excellent question. What happens?
So the question was, what happens when people don't abide by our operating agreements?
There is an answer.
You assume good intent.
Yeah. But let's say somebody's repeatedly violating one of them. What do you do?
I firmly believe in the phrase, praise in public, criticize in private. So you set that person aside, maybe it's a meeting with the city manager or the city attorney, and you have a discussion outside the dais.
Yep. Good start. Always have a conversation first privately, right?
Am I allowed to speak here? So just an observation, but on occasion, I think it has, some misunderstanding comes from different communication styles. So trying to understand the perspective of someone and how they communicate with regard to operating agreements might be helpful, because we might perceive something to be out of alignment with operating agreements, but it could just be a different communication style that is creating that rift.
Which is why it's important privately to have the conversation, right? To have the conversation privately. What happens if that doesn't work? Because you're going to violate these people. You're going to. You're human, right? So you're going to violate them. It's going to happen. And, we give some grace or we say, a little bit, okay, fine. But somebody's repeatedly violating one of them, talking in private, no change. Set no Scott, no change. No.
You accept them for who they are. That's respect.
You accept them for who they are. You okay with that? Because that is not going to be operating agreements, right? I mean, I think it's a wonderful thought, but there is something about these are designed to help you work well together. My suggestion would be that, not the dais, or a working session or something, but you have a conversation about it. And you talk to the person, not about the person. You say, hey, Debbie, let's see, I'm struggling with, I don't feel like you're showing respect, and here's why. I think it looks like this, and I think you're doing this, so let's talk about it. And you do it with the group. Now, I'm going to bet you're not going to do that.
Because when would we do that?
That's what I'm saying. You typically don't want to do it on the dais. You want to do it at a working session or something that's off the record, or an executive session. Call an executive session, have some privacy. You want to do it. But they're useless if you don't actually use them. The point is, you gotta check in about it and say, how are we doing? You're lacking trust. If you're gonna grow in trust, you gotta take some risks, and the risks have gotta be that we're gonna talk about the behaviors, right? And if you do that, you will start to develop trust with one another. So I'm gonna encourage someone who will take responsibility and say, I'll be the first one to monitor and say, how are we doing? And you should rotate this. Each of you, for a couple of months, should watch the group and say, and then you stop and say, okay, how are we doing? And you actually go over this. Anybody want to volunteer to be the first person to observe? Russian, thank you. Because what you want to do is, it's not like a gotcha. It's how are we doing? You know, this is hard. This is very difficult stuff. And so you want to stop and say, how are we doing? Give yourself praise and say, you know, I feel like we're screwing up here, we're not doing so well here. And to the extent where you can be honest and say, I saw some good examples of good stuff here, some not so good examples here, and be willing to talk about that, then you're going to make progress. Otherwise, this was a stupid, useless experiment. We shouldn't do it.
And I would have that discussion like that, or review of the work in like an executive session.
I think so. I think so. We want privacy. This is your stuff.
I feel like we'd be having to shoehorn it into 4231.10.1F to receive and evaluate complaints or charges brought against a public officer or employee. However, upon the request of such officer or employee, a public hearing or a meeting open to the public shall be conducted upon such complaint or charge.
We can't just talk about whatever we want in executive.
It has to fit one of these enumerated exceptions to the OPMA.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. We're going to find the one that's going to fit.
Well, I just said which one, and it's 1F, and we'd have to like shoehorn it into that and say, okay, there's been a formal complaint or charge that someone's violating our operating agreements.
Okay, that works.
But if they want to have a public hearing or meeting open to the public to discuss it, then that has to happen.
You don't have to?
No, it just says at the request of the person.
Oh, of the person.
Who's being accused of
violation. So we're going to request that we have a meeting about this, that, you know, there's some concerns, and we're going to talk about it, Josh.
I love,
Hang on, Josh. Hold on for a second.
The mic.
Yeah, Mike, would you mind taking over the mic movement if you would?
Thanks, Mike. I like the idea of red, yellow, green lights, and maybe doing the person who's tasked with taking the first month, the quarter, whatever, monitoring this is just red, yellow, green for the council, and then just know without names what they observed that resulted in moving from green to yellow. And then if the council feels like we need to address this more, we can do that. Unless it's like a very in your face at that moment emergency to address. I think a lot of these might just be passing slights for the most part that result in a buildup of angst and concern. So this might cause us to course correct rather than running into a brick wall.
So you want to try the red, yellow, green option?
Something to that effect, but basically the idea is that you don't assign a name to it, you write down the behavior observed, and this allows iterative course corrections before you run into a brick wall.
How do the rest of you feel about that? Like it? Okay, I seem like it.
Oh, yeah, I think this got something to do, but I did want to make a comment back. If we'll get a little bit real by these. After my 2-hour lecture this morning on finding common ground, did that get collapsed into something else or edited out? Or does the group feel like I should have gone through mine?
We found common ground in opposition to that one.
No, I
don't think so. I think it was just.
I think it's a fine common ground needs to go on the list.
Yeah, I say that because I want to do these.
Because there were 6.
It was fine common ground.
Yeah, it was fine common ground, which I want to, everyone in this room.
That's good.
So, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Fine. So just about to be clear what we've agreed to, so that if I observe, like going forward to starting our next council meeting, and if it's like for a 2-month period, and then if we establish the red, yellow, green situation, and so I kind of give that general feedback at the dais to the council. This is what I've observed. There's no names associated to the feedback, and I can associate then a traffic light colour to that, and that would be like our feedback. And then we could move on from there. And then after those 2 months, after I get that feedback, then we could assign another council member then to take that up, and then we would move into like an executive session discussion if we found that there was something that we really needed to talk about, and we would shoehorn it into that RCW.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Everybody okay with that?
Just a minor point, but to fit it in the RCW, I think we'd have to explain the complaint to the person who's on the receiving end of that complaint and give them the opportunity to request the public hearing if they want that instead of the executive session.
Okay. We good? And if you do it every 2 months, you have a possibility of really growing from one to the other. Okay? Thank you for being willing to do that. That's awesome. And if you don't take it seriously, then don't sign up to do it. If it's like, oh, this is garbage, and you think it's garbage, don't sign up to do it. Okay? Leave it to people who are really going to take it seriously. Okay? All right. Thank you all. We want to talk just for a little bit about values and goals. I noticed on a couple of the goal statements, some are like, we don't need this. It was mostly around trust and transparency and DEIB. And you're going to decide whether you want to keep those or not, I don't know if you do. But those are really value statements. They're very much value statements. And underneath all of your goals have got to be your city values. Do you have city values? Might want to do that. You might want to think about backing up a little bit and trying to develop the values that are going to drive this. Maybe we want to do it after we do some process this afternoon, but we probably need to do that. The other thing I want to talk about, just always the brief, is what's a goal compared to a priority? Because you're going to get the work plan. It's got 7 goals and a bunch of priorities. The goal is the big picture item, right? It's the 3 to 5 year item. And the language of it is big picture. It is not getting into details. That goes with the priorities, right? So there were times when you're going to see this, when you see the feedback from different council members, that people really drop down into details. And I'll go, no, that goes into a priority. So just know that the goal statement is big picture, 3 to 5 years, and then the details come in the priorities. Priority, in a sense, it's the objective, right? So if these are the goal statements where we're trying to go, these are the objectives. Make sense? Everybody okay with that? Because we're going to work this afternoon, and we're going to spend time, you're all going to be assigning groups to go through a couple of areas, and in those areas, you're going to try to figure out, is this the right goal statement? Do we want to keep it? And does it need modified? And then you're also going to take a quick cut of the priorities. So it's a huge task. It's a lot of work, but you kind of need to do it this afternoon in the sense of how to develop the work plan that you want and bring it back to you. Okay? Makes sense? Anything else we need to say around values and goals, or goals and priorities, the difference between them? We all okay? Okay. We have a half an hour before lunch, so I think we're going to go into the shift and share. And that is going to look like this. We have staff are going to be in tables, and you're going to have a copy of the current work plan. And it has the goals, the 7 goals, and underneath each one's got the priorities. I'm going to Rachel explain that to you in a second. And then what you're going to do is you're going to, in groups of 2, you're going to go around the room and have time with each group of staff on a particular topic, so you can just ask questions. You can probe and say, I don't understand this, or what's this about, whatever it is you want to do. It's an open time for you to A, get to know the staff better, and B, understand the topic. Okay? So when you get to the station, the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna listen to the host, that'll be the staff. We're very quickly gonna go through what's the goal, what are the priorities. And they're only gonna do the high level priorities, because there's so many they can't do the low ones, right? So they're gonna do high level priorities. And then you can ask questions, I'm gonna give you a bell, you discuss the questions, and then the staff member is gonna be writing down any issues that you're raising, because they're gonna wanna keep those issues when they go back and try to figure out the work plan, what to do with them, right? So this is where you get to dig in and go, I think this, and I'm curious about this, or I want us to do this, and they'll record that. Would you, Rachel, take a second though and explain the document?
Sure, so at everybody's table, there's packets that if you need more, let you know. Page 24 of that packet starts with the 25-26 work plan. And what we've done is everything highlighted in yellow is something that we as staff know is going to go into the next biennium, right? So the idea is before you all start to sort of think through your goals and priorities, right, you have an understanding of what we know is going to be shifting into the next biennial work plan.
And let me say this, why is it shifting? Give us some examples of why it's going to be shifting.
There's a variety of reasons that things are shifting. So you all know that staffing in some cases is part of the reason why things are shifting. Some of the things are shifting because they're out of our control, right? Like the UFMP and the tree regs are shifting because we're waiting for the winds to come out from the state, right there. So there are a variety of different reasons. I think one thing that's really clear, and staff, I'm looking at all of you, is we're not going through every single one of these. You're going to hear that really high level, the larger priorities of things, right? Then the last thing I want to say is, this doesn't mean that this is the 27-28 work plan. That's not at all what we're saying, right? We're just saying that these are things that we know will go in. You will have other ideas, priorities, and goals that we will then come back and put this into the sauce and come back to you, right, for approval. But please do not take it as we're saying that the work plan is set. That's not what we're saying.
It is to give you an idea of what, I'm going to take that one, please, of what already exists, so you know, because some things are already in process. It's too late. They're halfway done or something like that, so they're going to be going forward. So they're going to give you a sense of that. Amy, do something?
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry. So I would actually prefer to have this as an open questioning, question and answer, because I want to hear what other people are asking, because I might learn something from the response. So I would rather, instead of having individual stations, having this as a completely open forum.
you're going to get that at the end, when the staff member will stand up and say, this is the kinds of things I was hearing. So you're going to get it from everybody else. So you're going to get to hear what everybody else was thinking and asking. Because you're going to go to a table, and you're going to spend 15 minutes there, and another table. So everyone's going to go to the same, all the different tables, and you're all going to get to put your stuff down, and staff will try to roll it up. Now, they may not capture everything, but they'll do their best. And if you see, here's something that you think, oh, I need this on there, then you can say, okay?
Okay, I mean, I just know last year we did it this way, and the year before we did it as an open session, and I actually preferred it as an open session. I thought it was more helpful to me to hear what everybody was asking and to hear the response directly from staff instead of them summarizing. Not that they wouldn't do a good job summarizing, but I think it's really helpful for us to hear all the Q&A, particularly because we're talking about the work plan.
Mike?
No, sorry.
I was just saying, anything else you want to raise?
I agree.
Okay.
I think it's really helpful, especially in the get to know each other. Sorry. I agree with Amy, in large part because in the get to know each other, right? So there were some of those statements you put up earlier about assumptions I think people made about each other in terms of council members, and this is a real opportunity for us to hear what each council member really cares about or is concerned about. So I think it is a huge opportunity for us to learn about each other.
Well, if we're going to do that, it's going to take more time. And the problem with that is then we don't get the aligning the goals and the priorities. And that's really important to do that. So it's kind of a toss-up. Because the next step after this, after we spend some time just listening generally to staff, getting a sense of what they're thinking about with priorities, what they know is there already, is then we go into the work that we're going to break into teams and you're going to look at a goal and you're going to try to see, is it the goal that you want? Try to rewrite it. And then you're going to look at the priorities and say, which ones do we want? And then we're going to come back together, we're going to pull that all together, and that's what the staff will then take back to use to develop the work plan.
We were going to go to all the staff. We were going to go to all the staff. Right?
You're going to go to all the staff. Okay, so, given that, I'm going to go with the original plan, and here's what we're going to do. Here's your shift and share teams. You're going to go together. Hold on a second, Amy. You're going to go, Amy and Debbie are going to go together, Pam and Josh, Rochelle and Kent, and Michael and Scott. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to a table. You're going to have 15 minutes. The staff member will give you a brief overview. You get to ask questions. You get to make comments. They'll try to capture what they can, and then move on. And you're going to do every one of them. Now, it's not every goal there. There's a couple that are pulled together. So we have Parks and City Manager. DCD is separate. Public Works is separate because of the size and scale of the two areas. Finance, Admin Services, IT, and Public Safety are all together.
So I agree with what Pam is saying. It gives us the opportunity to learn more about what our fellow council members and your fellow council members value and some of the things they're curious about. So again, I would like to hear everything and have this open session.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm going to overrule and say we got to roll this way, okay? So, here's what we're going to do. Which team is here? Public Works is here? Okay, Public Works is going to be here. Who's going to be back there?
Public safety.
Public Safety, and that's Public Safety, Finance, Admin, and IT. Here is going to be DCD. And that leaves Parks and City Manager who are going to be there. Okay, so switch that.
We have 4 areas? Okay, you just haven't seen my handwriting. It deteriorates after about 4 sentences, but that's okay.
So, Amy and Debbie are going to start with Public Works. And Michael and Scott are going to go with Finance, Advertising, and
Wait, am I supposed to scribe on this? No. I thought I was scribing on my own. I mean, why else would they give us this, right? Is your point? Like, put it up and so you can see. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. I was gonna say, I sit all day.
But I'm happy to construe.
So, the way this is going to kind of go, Michael, is because these are smaller departments, we're just going to walk through some one by one. If you would just reintroduce what your department is, just the higher level pieces. And this is your opportunity to ask questions, get clarification. Again, these are bigger items that we know are rolling into the next 5 years or starting in the next 5 years. Because what we're trying to do eventually is we need to start building the budget for the next 2-year cycle. So we need to know where all the contributions working on what we should plan. So we have some stuff that is written already because it's already in process and we know it's going to be released. And so that's the things in yellow are those pieces, with a few exceptions. But that's a great example. Like, for instance, the Georgia Lucas project, right? I mean, that one's clearly it's probably going to roll the year.
We are wrapping up.
We'll be able to complete it until any big construction project. But then we have a lot of functional pieces that we're working on that are either continuing or will be starting.
I'm going to start on page 29 because that's safety and clothing.
It's a little bit of a combination. There's no one. There's no one way to do it to capture everything. So this is based on the goals. So maybe we'll start with safety because that's a good place to start. Stevenson to your left.
So we have a clear regulations update here. And that is a project that
the mics are on and they're doing it, we'll probably call you. We also have the first for this table. It's all Mike. The first name is
you don't want to screw it up. They have said so past ours.
Public safety. That our system. Just talk about what you're working on and talk about and maybe orient what maybe
so beginning with X5 stations, we have one problem with our tree canopy. We've been doing this for 2 years. Our trees are set up is it's very expensive to address those types of.
This is entirely
experience, right?
In the community and showing us
The other side of it is
public service rules that give them the opportunity to ask questions.
That stops a lot of confusion. There's a bit of a measuring exercise that needs to happen. It's typically this might be 8. What our tree canopy means housing needs
presentations for major times as there is major accident response recovery team.
That is a very difficult investigation. So I am managing that.
It's really just how fast the organization is running resources. This will be the third year. It's in cooperation with the city of building. So three leadership teams work together. Okay, any other questions about
That's why this is Councilmember Speaker. We're gonna stay high level. And if there are things that you want to follow up on, we can obviously schedule time. So again, teamwork, let's keep it quicker.
Intersection down here. It's a group of so we have the
underlying things that dedicated to law enforcement, like in a broader sense. What does it mean to your what does public service look like? How can we help them grow? And then even if it's not as much as for what leadership members is trying to
deal about the type of support that we provide our homeowners with regard to family. So now sorry for the analogy. We are a city of tree lovers, and in the farming community, they have support staff. So we may want to find a way, whether it's conservation, whether it's racially, other to get some outreach to homeowners and how they manage their trees. understand their trees and how to manage their trees, right? That is something that is missing in my opinion right now, is that we have many homeowners who don't know what's about.
Meeting and finding out what needs are involved. But it was just that the needs are not found enough, and so they had to carry and charge
I think there's an example that you may show residents, living council provides the
The next one, so bottom of page 32, F7, that's really the biggest one.
That intersection
And that's definitely financial system updates. Worked on that for the last 6 months. Legal life for financial services last month. But I did
you've got residents,
it's a very implement, so that will go to next year. With a life and a first next year.
but the idea is
The other thing we worked on is the type of
whether or not studying the city,
There's different So we as a group, I know several residents that understand that your tree down, how can you sort of like,
well, roundabout and the
teams balance their trees. So on the rest of the trees in the city needs to go down. Other properties are safe. So people who have been good stewards of their property, trees are a total their trees.
It's very challenging. We have a big budget position. It's not that would be a solution.
That's my note, is that Holly is
I'm just gonna jump in here, back on page 32, F4, this is the combo finance and city manager's office, but this is our diversifying our revenue sources piece, and that is a broader piece, obviously, that is, how do we fund ourselves sustainably in the future, right? So there's a lot of work that goes into that, whether it is a Metro Park District or something else. We've got to do the analysis work that builds into that to get to that decision point, and that is no small task.
So my frustration with that is people that are in since 2018.
No, this is about where we are putting our, yes, of course. Yeah.
Coming in the city good too. What are those colors? So,
But I mean, we have to get, part of this is how much staff time and effort are we putting into, right? This is part of why it's on here. This is the work plan for us. So we're letting you know that a significant amount of resources is going towards working on this. To your specific question, we kind of need to get verified, is MPD the right thing? Or is it something else? We've been looking towards an MPD.
That's exactly what I mean by, of course.
There may be other things that council consider. So what is that? Because that's a different body of work, somewhat we just want to be clear that that's a significant chunk that you plan, and not only just
Right under transportation master plan. That is part of the master plan. Safe building towards all residents within 5 miles of and then using council.
I'm going to say, and here's why. A lot of these are built around the work of government, just overall. Like, we're not going, relatively speaking, there are very few things that are true, pure discretionary policy, where we got to go look at this, right? All the rest of the stuff is functional development and building and continuing to improve, get better, and get more efficient. And to keep up with new, the accounting laws change all the time, we have to continue to revise policy changes all the time, tech changes constantly. And so we are, this is the functional piece of
Those are the staff that on a day-to-day basis handle the humans and outline how the city that is most of that is isolated over here and also just typically
so still the
So the national I built this next layer is to it has like a tool in place where so we have transparency to that. So we
and then as well as creating additional, come on, this is really different. Creating additional
we took a run at some version of that by program when we did fiscal policy. That still holds true at a high level. That hasn't changed. The nice to haves are still the nice to haves.
and we're taking that
fun So you're retrofitting and it's all funded, so. Yes. Yeah, I just say, even with the valued highly within the function and the council choices. So that's partly what we're spending our time. I will use. We want to continue management since we talked about as one of those things that is, you know, it's a functional thing we have to do within that you can apply. That's all that. So I want to leave time for them. We know it's complex and they're all tied together. I think the other thing we say, and I'll talk later about people in some ways that's part of stormwater, but it maybe falls under community issues.
I'd be happy to meet and discuss we have a great comprehensive plan. We have created all the regulations to implement that. Not to say that it'll need completing on, which we have a work to do. But the neighborhood centers plan. There's a neighborhood center plan project, obviously.
IT needs to be the one to say. need for this, and then they own the licensing and implementation, and they support the back end for.
So we have
actually utilize this program.
We have been waiting for the town center stuff, then we were going to take on the call centers and corridors.
The process of doing that, the permit team does the permitting itself. Jim's team runs the software that does all this stuff.
And that is a really big thing for us. Identifies that and there is different perspectives on that. The town center, a lot of the town centers, the large
And we know the storms are going to get more intense. We know we're not going to get, we could see a 200-year storm event. Are we ready for it? And the answer is we're a lot closer. And with the retro programs and those projects we It's not okay, but it is okay. It's actually, that's what we can do. Any idea what we're looking at? That's why I'm kind of left out. I don't have to increase the asphalt. Very little in an intersection. Just make a roundabout. That is maybe the standard that we're looking at. Like, that's my outside of the front. It's not.
You came in late. I think you missed the part where you said you were a drag racer. You might need someone to follow him to and from more. You might have a new revenue source right here.
All right, send cases before. Yeah, this is
I used to be the note taker, huh?
Yeah, it is likely.
There it is.
This year we are certification dues.
So first of all, I don't know when to show what's development, what is policing, right? So development side, the police service center, operating the city's damage in the house, right? Do we present we're having to this year, but what I hear what it said here is investigating a career loss and conflict. That's a byproduct. That's fantastic. The goal here is to use our community and show them what leadership blossoms into a career law profession, whatever decisions they bring. We have about 10 analysts. Yeah, this is one of them. Jack is the other one.
So they learn how they help us.
And so we have again, occasionally we pull in people like Grill or other clients into that work. We use consultants to provide most of the work we do is supported somewhat by to provide elasticity as an extension of our staff. So comp plan rating is a big thing. Does not have the capacity or necessarily specific discipline skills to take all everything. We're trying to grow that. We are working on trying to find other ways to staff these topics into our she's able to help us organize a lot of shares back from her background and skills. So that's the general goal. Thinking about that, we have a very small amount of capacity policy process. because most of our staff are obligated to do permits at the end of the day. Quick thing shut is we would take.
What about the sheltering plans? Both of these said they were going to happen in the second quarter anyway, last year. So so do you have a date for when you'll have a sheltering plan? Because the next emergency could be tomorrow, right?
Corresponds to mandatory in the state law.
Yeah, that was good. That's right. I was going to ask, that's the way you did it last time.
Yep. So when we start to go through this, we'll see one of the X is critical, and is mandatory. Mandatory means it's required to state law. X means it's critical.
I have a general speak now that I think we're taking on too much and it's costing the city more money. We need to spread some of those things out further so that we can control the cost. So if you have projects that
I want to highlight this. We have had three regulations in 2015. We have pretty good however, they
that's one, just an observation. That's one of the ways that we can work on physical sustainability.
We have a challenge because we are seeing a shift in our tree composition, insect infestation, hotter, drier summers. So we have a bit of a challenge in managing our trees in the community. So there's also all these other topics that intersect with that. There's management plan right sides. There's the urban wildlife fire hazard. There's tree canopy. How that is.
So like if something is in inventory, actually things that are things like
No, it's more like during the bomb cyclones, right? That's my biggest example of like, it was really hard, like, we didn't have internet access, so we couldn't check the website, right? So, it's just a
doing all of it. So that is a big deal. We're going to be hearing a lot about hazard traffic. I do think I went to the first meeting all year.
It results sometimes in
I was planning on going, that's on my calendar.
So, it's at 6:30, 6 o'clock. 6:30, Thursday night.
if we're never going to have a meeting, so just the other thing is when there's discussion on the council about so
How about the council? Like, I wasn't even able to get, like, so I guess to channel Josh, like, this is great that you have these ongoing things, but I think there are things we need. If we had a bomb cyclone tomorrow, I'm not sure it would go end to have signs made up that we can put around the city to tell people certain information. I don't know, like, we might have to go analog. I don't know, but we need a plan.
Trees, right? Big trees.
If you can say that to the person, that should come out.
They have updated it.
But I don't think it's that unique, I guess, is my point, right? Like, we've gone away from TV, right? Broadcast TV, broadcast radio, and even landlines where, you know, you could get a phone call before. Like, cell was out and internet was out. That's it. And electricity, like, there was nothing.
I don't think we use our
It's not a bad idea, it's to say.
Noticing and more outreach. We support all the other things too.
I'll be the timekeeper. Sounds like we have more to dig into on this one. I think we have two other people, sorry.
And that's great to
I wonder, that was one of my questions, are the mistakes, maybe it's actually our big zone.
So the other big topic is seeing how critical areas so we have 24A, which is compliance. So we have the other one. Process like which we use. There's a process that we're going to be really
anyone else can do that.
Do we hear about that?
I noticed, you know, driving out to the financial, but it's something that they say the last 20 years. Would you they're like in sidewalks, and that's just like what's really want to be doing that. You know, what is the ideal? In a month, table dance is just kind of the highlights.
I get a lot of don't want to drive further wedges there.
That's the thing that's on that other road too. I don't know why they were asked to do that, but they did. There's probably a way. I thought it was because there's power lines in the way, and so they couldn't do it, but around the corner, power lines, and the other one. We are liable to it doesn't make sense. So, but we have to, this is where challenges, well, you weren't here for this, we have one in there, and so they have one of the things that was shared is some people, you see that the public thinks that the city makes a lot of sense. That's not really the city's fault, but it kind of is. And that's good. And I don't know how you, we're giving a right, we tell us not the 2025 financials because I was in my other factors say first quarter 2026 right there. Anyway, all of them because all of them. I've driven that road. Plans. Nobody did yesterday. You'll see better representation.
I was able to
earlier point about flexibility.
Different organization of views. I want to get to the. Oh, no, it was with the road standards so that we can take into account, we've got a legacy tree somewhere. Can we move the sidewalk around? Is that suggested? So that's what was missing on these. Those will be evidence in 1999. So again, that it's not every road, but there's places if there
our housing allocation.
do you guys do the size,
and then we have planning for it, capacity for it, we put barriers for it.
Is it just a newer version? Yeah.
He will.
Oh, yeah, he knows. Anything else that any questions, feedback? You know what, my question about stormwater
my assumption is it's our table in the city manager's office. I can check on that. Like with Rachel, yeah, she's been taking the lead on that.
I would love to meet sometime and talk. I don't know anything about this. I would like to have a better understanding of how that works. You know, language discussion. Yeah, all right, I'll send you an email to CC Scott.
Instead of time to talk about.
There are.
When I start
specific things, but understanding.
But we want to be a little more proactive and help people or businesses understand their rights. But there are a lot of people.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. I'll reach out.
And thanks for that information and stuff. And I know you had a million.
They have a green card. They were supposed to get all their everything's been going on. I just think people don't. Are you coming to our table? Because people don't. People don't know. And even businesses don't
Primary collaborative effort between Sammamish meetings and typically between 12 organizations, right? It's classroom size, planning group.
purpose of it is showing community Sammamish what the return on investment is for contracting with each kind of sheriff's office. It's just give them a broad overview of what does policing look like today and all that sort of stuff. Second is the Sammamish Producers Course. Again, an ongoing effort. Legal tenants courses are supporting us this year. They do 4th of July without a doubt. Get them to engage on it. Our experts are very busy with sports and other things. So when we can get them to help us, we're very appreciative. But the idea here is that we're mentoring them. If it lands them with career law enforcement, great. If not, giving them a tourist to be successful.
Planning manager, Miriam, thanks. Policy analyst, and that group is
We've been doing a lot of work on that side.
some of these policy efforts. We do pull staff to get expertise and perspective, and we are trying to cross-train.
So most of the other things that you see in the transcription side,
Most of our policy efforts are supported at some level by consulting contracts where we have elasticity and we're able to support efforts.
and of course, we are.
Our consultants serve as extension staff and provide elasticity and ability to deliver projects. So that's how we've been staffed. We have been trying to kind of work
On the environment side, we have some mandatory lighting or as well as
that's an important thing to do the next year. So when we also start to look at this, another thing to keep in mind is that every policy project that might exist in here is supported with some level of and that is because we're doing CFOP, we're doing certifications that we're helping them through the legislative process. We generally are seen in the city as the staffer that understands. So we provide a lot of help and assistance to other departments in making so that group of three is not just doing their work items that are shown under DCA, they are also supporting broadly all of the city's so keep that in mind. I'm just trying to frame all of so when we get into
what's been really great, you were out, I asked these guys to meet with me and that's been so helpful for me to ask all my questions not at the end. Because that would take forever. But I do have some around probably some things that I've never said before that might be controversial, but since I know you brought them up, for example, payment thing, I guess my opinion is what we don't. I'm thrilled at the score we get. I would have a hard time saying let's just try to go for more. That's weird to me.
The other challenge that we have is our
I get it.
And our resources are challenged. We have laminated root rot, we've got septic stations, and we've got longer, drier summers, and we want to make sure that our residents feel successful. One analogy that I like to make is silly is that we are a city of tree farmers, and we want our tree farmers to be successful in raising their tree crops. And that we want to make sure that it's to understand and how to get the best output, right? So, is there an opportunity for us to help them understand the trees, that they're not just wanting to take them down?
And I know there's trade-offs, and I'm just saying that if I went home and said,
projects that
my wife, we're going to maintain this for a little less than that one, I probably wouldn't get very far. So I'm all ears.
However, we have been waiting for the state to finish the work last wildfire hazard mapping, because that will directly influence what we have to do.
So my garage is really important.
And we don't want to work with the tree rules and then have to
Gold plated, yeah.
So the bill was passed by the legislature.
Good, well, then let me say it differently. I really would love to see that stratification in the street. That'd be really
We're actually going to be hosting a listening session. On DNR, only one in the region, so it's going to be over the top. We were able to get DNR to come to Sammamish City Hall on February 26th to overview the mapping as well as wildfire hazard. And we look forward to having it. Really interesting. I can share what I learned. Surprise. Another challenge. Yeah, so all these items intersect.
Here's another one though, so I get that, but I want to also say, I'm perplexed how we are able to establish how intersections as an E or an F. And I just don't get that, because maybe it's the way
I agree with
what it's rated at.
everything
It's
so
like,
far that's been said.
you can't get through it, it's like,
But I think it's fire.
so clearly, it's going to solve that one, but some clarity in the future will probably
I think that's super important because that tells us about branding and label. When I see a police officer perform a fire, I know I can go talk to that person. That's pretty natural for even little ones. Okay. So second was the Shake Shack development program.
Funny, okay.
Did you buy it?
It's not like there's things you can do like mouse management and different strategies, but at that point, they need to recognize.
I have to say that over the years, we're using
Some branches have to get over that.
We do it, so we don't have it in our because it's not our
from STEM to
but because I'm East Fire and Rescue, right? That's who's our service provider. We have access to it if we were to do some kind of an event. That just show up. They can show up.
And we're going to do here, starting in March. You'll hear about it here. The other one is our code compliance regulations. Big one for us.
We have them now. Is that right?
Dealing with safety.
We have here and there. I just want to think
That is
there's different things listed.
And then second is, we haven't done this yet. I think it was 15 or 16, but I was just thinking, I mean, even if it's a partial, but an annual, actual simulated emergency. And I don't know, so this is more of a question maybe for you, chief of police though. But if you were to have, there's 22,000 homes in the city. If 5,000 homeowners just agreed, this Saturday, we're willing to leave our homes and drive this roadway to actually see the results, because this road's closed and this road's closed because of an emergency or some disaster. And then we can collect data from that as a simulation. And then on top of that, too, when you do I know they did the whole thing in a sterile environment in a place like this where they sit around and talk about what the plan is. But I've also been a part of, I got injured, and now I have a broken leg. And now there's a response team that's coming in that's simulating, this is actually going on right now, so that people can see, if I'm evacuating, doing this particular drill, and I might lose some of my police officers or my fire department people to respond to like this situation. So now they're leaving their position that they have to hand it off to somebody else. So I'm part of the safety team. There's certain things I'm responsible to do, and then I'm also cross-trained to do these three other things. If in the emergency things change, which we know they can. So we simulate once a year, which is pretty cool. I mean, thanks for the staff there, the school district, right? Because those guys are ex-military guys. very serious about it, right? They bring it down and you say, okay, in the middle school, this is what you're doing together. And then we do. And it's super helpful because what we know,
every now and then.
what we know is that you default to your last training. So if you're training was which now I don't get to do that, I was trained in the 80s to do that because you might have a student who can do that. That's the biggest best thing for me to be done right now. We are able to get it. Now we shoot at number 17. The last thing I know is so that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, so my question is, can we do a simulation either annually or semi or every year? Is that
and now there's a new one put on the scope and scale of it. We have to address funding.
And we just did a tabletop exercise not too long ago. I know it's practical.
Right. So
maybe not exactly what you had in mind, but yeah, something like that happens. We're going to life safety and then we lean on the King County Sheriff's Office for additional assets. Kind of spooling up a simulation.
We already are addressing it.
I don't know what that will look like. We're happy to explore it.
Because of that.
Be in that. Now I've heard various perspectives on the list. My argument to the council would be requirements. We would become immediately possible.
Trail run or
What we said should do is consider where the exemption. Consider what the inclusionary affordable housing is in terms of all respects. We said it at 3445. We said it there. We said we if it presents a hardship. We're noting that other cities are adopting similar programs.
You know, the other safety issue, I guess, is under transportation is that council hears comments and such about people just jamming along with government trail, you know, and I used to bike a lot, not so much anymore, but yeah, you know, 35 miles an hour. Would you want to, if you're biking, if you're really working at it, oh my God, if you hit anybody,
They think it should be more down in the $15.
So if the scope and scale, yes, that part I do too. I mean, there was a cost to it, right? But the other scale, though, I guess maybe it's more of a scale. Like, how do I scale it so that it's beneficial, but doesn't?
I think it's a really good conversation to be had. To be continued. The other thing that we want to highlight is we have to pass it now because of our bonus parcels. I mean, because of our existing centers, our town center, and our bonus parcels, public faith-based property. The challenge is not the bridge cost. Just as those develop and are used for purposes, whether it's townhomes for the town center, whether it's sandblast, water tank, or your vacant lots, those parcels go away. And when those parcels go away, market prices down. So we have to push it up somewhere else. So the opportunity largely is across the town center planning project.
Well, Scott always talks about priorities, and I gotta say that for the other table, for me, even when I ran, I was like, okay, let's try and public safety first, because if it's a law, the city was screwed. Public works, if this doesn't either, where are we living? And to me, a lot of things are secondary.
When are we going to have to update the council chambers to be able to be more efficient on our streaming and communications that way?
First tabletop exercise I think Sammamish is ahead of the curve.
So you're right, that would be an election. I've lived here for over 20 years. How many times have I evacuated? Zero. Also, is there a way to evacuate all this evacuate at once? I can't even imagine. And where are we going?
coming back from home.
Yeah, so,
We are public safety, admin, finance, and IT.
Many items that are
those staff are generally those staff are largely committed to a legal obligation. What I mean by that is they cannot be pulled off of they are required to have a legal obligation to prosecute. So you might look at our reports and see how much staff understand the scope of that staff. We have 24,000 we can do that. Hardly ever hear about errors. But out of the thousands of permits that we do, you know, we might have a handful that. I think that's kind of a good outcome. Granted, we want to fine-tune that. Policy side, we have a very small work group. We have a line manager, two policy analysts, engineering, and our planning manager.
No, you're good. I've already listened to my voice. So this is 34. So we do want to point out there are T5 to be fixed should be known, but this is
Now, at times we do pull people in for the
that when I put this together in 2024.
The right-of-way code update and the standards update, those are computer details we are we need some kind of staff in place in our process. They had a bit of delay. The scope of work associated with these items is staff are identifying so it's been great. We've been collaborating with community, neighborhoods, city providers, applicants, members. Council will see a lot of policy decisions.
So when we see all this, we're helping so we can get the credit. So in terms of DCD work, I would say there are three primary things that I would highlight. The first is
Yes, exactly. And we'll be incorporating feedback from the right-of-way trees that you decided a few years ago. We asked, how do we prioritize trees in the right-of-way?
many of our neighboring cities have tree regulations that have hours, but they have evolved beyond
Three things. So
we have helped the city with their tree regulations, including Seattle.
She has resources really hard.
So we have issues with the city's tree resources. We have issues with longer, hotter summers, so our tree rules are not necessarily flexible. So we are due for so there are many of them. So I would say early forest management, right sizing, action plan, application, right away study, tree regulations,
most of the other items on here are capital projects and ongoing work around the same items management. And then in 2028, we'll be outlining some of our technical projects.
City DNR requirement applicants who are stuck and the state.
So this way I can give them money as a little bit to strategic plan, right?
So once we know what the we'll better know how to figure out all these projects, because we'll understand better what the state direction is. Right, we don't want to do that and then I also would like to see any work that we do supported by the community. I really would like to see a group
So it is not it is not
navigate what our priorities are, how to right size tree regulations, how to deal with things like tree removal, permits. One of the issues we have is a bit of an area where, so one challenge is that everyone's community members want to be able to remove their trees without restrictions, but they want their neighbors to not be able to. It's a classic thing. The other problem that we have is that many of our property owners or community members who live here live in properties where the trees were removed for development, and they don't want to have to, they don't have their trees, they want any other property. So it's that recognition of the community that every property that is developed has trees removed. So how do we look forward to creating microforests and doing tree removal sites? But a lot of we have a lot of HOA tracks. HOA tracks. Space tracks.
They were
the biggest opportunity in the city. We have that's an opportunity. The trees are a big deal, right? And we're going to need to figure out how to move forward with that. Some different here in DNR and the state about what's happening. The other one is we're looking at updating our rules 24A. You'll start hearing about this summer, which is going to be related to regulation how we change our policies. Heard about that on Tuesday The other one is we're looking at updating our code compliance regulations. One challenge we have at the city is that if we have community members that piggyback on that effort, the community engagement officer Matthew took that role over recently, and our first effort out the door is to put him through SEPTED for worship. We want to stream, and then we're going to reach out to every single leader in the city and offer them some clean praise SEPTED assessment. Perhaps we'll bridge that conversation. We're focused on so we can work together on that too. Neighbors, mediation, as opposed to having somebody file a suit against their it takes up a lot of staff time when we have neighbors that neighbors.
Oh, I did have a question
that is maybe a Rubbermaid fence.
I had asked Scott about satellite internet.
Sure. So that's one. Then finally, the last big one that I would say is going to be one that's going to be around for a long time.
Is there a
housing? We have a really good start with housing or development rents. We've done a really good job in terms of traffic and development rents.
Too much, like they're using it.
We understand the community. The challenge there is
just asked the question, is that something we should look into? Because I think
HB 1220 passed
not knowing future.
So this project right now having a study or the first
it's like
there is a whole set of guidance about now the big challenge there for the city we have housing
and then figure it out.
Talk about it and fix it up, but it is very distinctly different.
Okay.
The six numbers, 2,100 unit housing applications for default and we have to show that we have zone capacity to provide that number in low rise and mid rise apartments. That's where the state is telling us that it is so what that means is we have to show we have zoning low rise and mid rise buildings. We do across our existing centers, Lonnie, Pine Lake, Town Center, and across our wellness parcels, which are the faith-based and public parcels.
That's good to hear. So it's not Starlink, any satellite provider. I don't know how many there are actually.
Or Sam Platt is building this new water tank.
I think the residents are happy with that.
Other ways.
What qualifies it?
Now that can happen in the town center.
The county may be able to do something for us. They cost about $35.
Some areas
I think if the cabinet is well here.
So people can play video It's just the communication. It's like when we were without Sal, right? It's another communication tool.
Where that direction goes. The reason why I'm the police department they have their ongoing problems, and it is this year to sorry, 29. This year, Sammamish will be hosting our third community event captioning will be probably September, October, running somewhere between. We would like to it's a combination of classroom practical exercises or if I didn't mention before, it's collaborative with also the community and unincorporated. Where we trying to bring as many people together as we can to get our message out. But there are also neighborhood centers around the city, which are much smaller in scale. They're sort of no, it's an engagement tool to bring people in that maybe they've had a bad interaction with the police, maybe they want to know more about how we operate. It's an opportunity for us to explain what values are getting by contracting with King County Sheriff's Office for police services. And it shows them kind of what resources we can bring to the table should that be major crimes, green units. We can providing a helicopter. Just kind of see the scope. The next step is
all your toys.
All the toys. Well, that's how you get them to show up, and then they can classroom, and then they can see it in the classroom. They can drive around. But we also don't have the capacity. It is fun. Yeah, we typically have around 35 people in the class from all over the community, but yeah, we want them to tell their friends and their friends, so they have a better understanding of what it is to be a police officer now and what we can provide, what services we can provide. The second is the Sammamish Police Explorers. We currently have about 10. We're taking another run at this program. Our explorers are incredibly busy compared to the Explorer post because our explorers are in youth, they're in sports, and so very similar. They get to come when they have our community events, be it Lunar New Year, 4th of July. We reward them for taking about to a lesser degree, it is a model where if they're interested in law enforcement, we'll feel how we can launch them there. But the guy that wants to do is that we're showing them how to be leaders and they can take those. We mentor them along the path. It's an ongoing effort.
They work for
Why am I passing no, this is all good. I just wanted to follow up on the e-bike police. I'm really glad that you were really honest about how they were going to schools.
Taking another run at it.
Right, and so I guess that just leads me to ask the question, what is our relationship with the schools for them not to want internship to come in and have a presentation?
I don't know what to attribute it to. It's another thing for them. And what we typically find is unless something happens, a kid gets hurt, that's when they want the presentation. We can offer and offer and offer. And it just kind of falls on deaf ears until there's a moment in time where like, all right, now we want that presentation.
Okay.
But we're going to take another run at it. You know, Matt in this room, we're going to try again. We've got all the literature out on the website. And we've done about all we can do without shoving it down their throat. Like, we're ready to engage with them. I did have a great meeting with the Kalani HOA because they have specific concerns and they weren't aware of where we offer the resources. So I sat down with them, I showed them the website, here's what we have. I showed them our council presentation. We had no idea this stuff was out there. So they're gonna absorb that and then put it out to the Kalani community. That's our new community engagement officer. Kendra Anderson, certified body yeah, he's part of our team. I would start with this. He's actually part of our community engagement team. That's Kendrick as the SRO. eliminating what's next. So if Pine Lake Road all the way to the table, that would be my
Well, I will say.
Okay, listen up, everybody, listen up. I just want to tell you, lunch is outside, you take it, you've got an hour for lunch. However, the staff have an assignment. The staff recorder and the staff people need to get together to make sure you know what that list says. Sometimes the reporter will say the right things down, you don't know. So you need to know what it's going to, because afterwards, you're going to come and put it up and talk it through, okay? So reporters and staff get together and make sure you know what the list says. Other than that, we got an hour for lunch. Okay, Mike, and Audrey, take it away. Public Works.
Yes, for Public Works, we had some comments about Sahali, about that we need to do more to act, stop studying and act. There's some small things that we can be doing now. One example was extending turn lanes and in order to improve traffic.
On 228.
On 220. Councilmember O'Farrell asked that T2 be changed that all roads within 5 miles of your house are improved. For the record. I think Councilmember Train wanted all of East Lake Spanish Parkway to be repaired and restriped with thermoelastic striping and create additional multimodal bike lanes. Our next group, we talked about, I think we're taking on a bit too much, see if we can spread out our projects to control costs and help with fiscal sustainability. In the bike and pedestrian mobility plan, the comment here was that trails need to be considered while we're putting that together, and that we need flexibility with our road standards to help preserve trees. Our next group talked about pavement condition that this council member found it difficult personally to lower the PCI score, and there was discussion around trade-offs of resources versus necessity of improving certain streets. Clarity was asked for around intersection ratings, especially how an intersection can be rated E or F. So we some follow-up there. And then questions about investments in roads versus bike and pedestrian facilities. The council member noted here that there's many more drivers than there are pedestrians, and so how do we balance our investments in each? Our final group wanted to understand options for certain projects. For example, we may be able to do smaller scope to free up time and budget, similar to one of our comments from our earlier groups. And then a question about what is the annual cost of our street light program. So we'll follow up on that. And are we better off going back to King County for signal operations? Some discussion there around it depends on what our desired level of services.
Are there other things, you want to explore? Are there other things you want to put on the list? Because this list is going to go forward to the next group that's going to work on priorities for the work plan. Pam?
So just to be clear, when we went around in our groups, there was very limited time. And so staff really tended to focus only on a few things. We didn't really get to cover all the things. So I'm a little bit concerned if this is the list that's going forward. This is by no means a comprehensive list. It was really what we have time for. And I'm from the East Coast, I'm all about fast talking, but our staff was talking as fast as they could to try to cram it all in. So there was, I just want to throw that out there that this was very, very condensed, and I don't know that it's representative of everything we need
and
to.
what I would say is the next step has everything that's on the work plan. So you may want to be looking at everything, and there may be these other things coming in as well. Now, we're going to miss some things. They'll put the work plan together, they'll bring it back, and then you're going to give it a hand. Anything else you want Public Works to know about? And again, this list is going to go to the next group that's going to work on the issues. Okay, going once. Pam?
So I appreciate that there were questions around like cars versus, bikes and pedestrians. But this is where I think before we get too deep into the priorities, we need to lock on the goals because, for example, and I'm just throwing this out as an example, if sustainability and reducing greenhouse gas emissions is still a priority, then focusing more on opening up multimodal transportation takes, it raises its priority a bit. Not that cars get completely deprioritized, but certainly transit and walking and biking are upped in priority. So there's a balance there because we have to be careful, right? If we build it, I was gonna say, if we build more roads, they will come. So if you make more lanes, people will drive more. So if we want less cars, we gotta provide other options.
Yep. Anything else on this? Yeah, Ken?
I just wanted to say a big thank you to past councils and then the Public Works Department for all the work that you've done over the years on stormwater. Even though I know that those were on the list, and the retrofitting projects that were there, and some of the culvert projects and flood control, etc. I just wanted to thank you guys for all the hard work that previous councils and the staff has done so that the city is a safe place and ahead of the, I think we're ahead of the curve when it comes to stormwater. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. That's lovely. Amy.
So I'm not clear what we're going through specific work plan items before we decide, we haven't had the discussion about goals yet, right? Like we haven't talked about some of the comments that I saw where somebody was suggesting that we eliminate DEI, that we eliminate trust and transparency, and those are driving the work plan. So I'm not clear why we're having this line item discussion or discussion about things that we want to add when we don't even know those existing goals will continue.
We're going to talk about goals next. How about Parks, you want to come? Thank you, Audrey and Mike.
So it's Parks and City Manager's Office. So I'm just going to do kind of themes we heard and then also some additional work plan items that need to be addressed. So a theme that we heard from a few different groups was there's too much on the work plan. There's opportunity to do less for two reasons. One, for staff capacity issues, and two, for physical sustainability issues. Another theme we heard was a desire to have resolution on the town center land acquisition work plan item. Another theme was conflicting thoughts about the community survey. So that discussion is going to kick off in a little bit. A couple of different tables had discussions around the parks priorities. What does the pros plan say? What are their different priorities? And then specific also in parks would be asset management. Some specific things that we heard in terms of work plan items to move forward was accessibility of city web and documents moving forward, dashboard, staff response survey, excuse me, and then more information about the electrification effort, specifically how it relates to small tools like blowers and mowers and things like that. And then finally, just a desire to know more about what's happening. Council members interested in more information on what's happening on the sustainability effort.
On sustainability?
Yeah, on our sustainability work.
Questions, additions, things you want to throw on the list? Okay, going once. DCD.
Thank you. So we had a great conversation about our potential work plan and priorities coming up. It was we generally categorized into three primary topics: trees, and there's a lot related to trees, whether it's urban forest management plan right sizing, whether it's our tree regulations themselves, wildland urban interface, and fire prevention and mitigation, as it relates to stormwater management, there's a whole host of things that feed into trees. There's also a lot of opportunities. We talked about the idea of receiving sites and how we could better utilize some lands in the city around things like HOA tracks, and there's opportunities there. We talked a bit about how we really want to involve the community in updating the city's tree regulations and all things related to trees, and that something like a community advisory group would be a great idea to have to help support that effort. We talked a bit about the second item was housing. Housing is really something that is ever present and is not going away. And we really would like to try to, keep up with what state mandates are, identify where there's opportunities within the community to address this. Again, we'd like to engage the community a lot to try and help us find solutions on this. There is the question about where we put additional capacity for low-rise and mid-rise housing typologies, and whether that is all in the town center or whether that is spread across the Kalahari, Pine Lake, and Inglewood centers. That was a big question, and something we really want to work on, try and better understand where the council's priorities are there. We talked a bit about, other code amendments for things that might come up. So we wanted to make sure that we are still nimble enough within the capacity of our department to be responsive to community needs that might emerge over time. An example of that was roosters, and adding roosters to our animal regulations. We also identified that for trees, going back to the specific items, how can we work quickly on some items related to trees while also taking on a long-term effort? I think that was an important one, that we need to be mindful of the fact that we need to see some progress quickly, but we also have to take care of some of these longer-term issues, which might take longer. Go back to the page, there was a conversation about the fact that one of the reasons why we have not started in earnest on our tree issues is we're waiting to see what the state is doing with regard to hazard mapping and wildland urban interface codes. And then once we see what the direction the state's going to be taking, it'll be a lot more efficient for us to update our codes. And we don't want to do it now and then do it again if the state tells us to do something different. Let's see. We will be hosting this wildland urban interface presentation by.
They're hosting it.
They're hosting it, right? We're having it at City Hall. They're hosting it. It's all done by DNR, to be clear. The city's not doing anything with it except having it in the building. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not
Oh yeah, so with regard to housing, we talked a bit about the role of, or I guess the state requirements under HB 1220 that we plan for, accommodate, and provide incentives for, remove barriers to, and that there is this new one that is address funding gaps related to deep affordable housing in our housing application, and that we do have tools in our comp plan, in our code that are very effective to do this, but we might want to consider fine-tuning those tools, and those tools play an important role in our compliance with state law, and that if we remove those tools or turn the effectiveness down to a certain point, we are likely to become in the crosshairs of the Department of Commerce, who under the Housing Accountability Act has made it very clear that if cities are not following what the state law requirements are, that we will be audited. So we want to try to stay out of that realm. And we, what's the fourth corner, I'm sure what that was.
Alternative ways to spread density.
Oh yeah, so there's that concept of, should the density go to the town center, or should it be spread across the Kalahari, Pine Lake, town center, Inglewood sub-areas? Also the role of neighborhood centers out in the community. For example, I heard from James Eastman recently about his sub-area and his neighborhood center. So these are all planning processes. There is one bigger item is on the work plan from years past that's on there that you'll see. It's called the Centers and Corridors effort. Now, this is not a transportation thing, right? To be clear, it includes transportation, but really it's looking at the relationship largely from Issaquah Pine Lake Road up to Northeast 8th and trying to understand the relationships between the different land uses, the opportunities, the constraints. Is trying to understand where there might be additional opportunities for density to be applied and how we go about doing that through sub-area planning. So that really, I think, in my mind, and hearing all the different conversations at the tables, is a big opportunity for us to start to look at how that corridor works, especially given some of the constraints that we know exist, like school peak hours.
Any questions, concerns, additions you want to make at this point with DCD? Josh?
Sorry. No, it's okay. David, in the past, you've mentioned that you have a truckload of items that your department would like to, at some point in the future, get to. I think it'd be helpful if we understood what that parking lot looks like, so that there's probably some really amazing ideas on there that we would be interested in executing against, if we even knew to look for them. So understanding what those are, I think would be useful, because clearly there are things we need to do. It's on your list, but we haven't had a chance to prioritize it. So I'd love to, if possible, get some insight into what some of those would be, or what you would think would be higher priority items that might knock some of our more pet projects down a bit. So.
You want to respond to that?
Responding to that.
I think pet projects might not be the kind of language we want as we try to build trust and working together.
True. I'm including my own on there.
Okay.
But
I do want to just emphasize that we have our adopted comp plan, and we started work on updating policies to support that comp plan. So I do think that one of the things we probably need to spend some time with some of the new council members on is what that looks like, right? It was a multi-step process of, we adopted a comp plan, we said we're going to build 1,900 affordable housing units in the town center. That's how we're going to accomplish our affordable housing mandates. But we don't have policies that actually will bring that to reality. And so that was the work that we were doing this last year that was quite contentious. But we do, as a council, still need to figure out how do we make sure that our policies will actually fulfill the promise of our comp plan. And we need to have that discussion. This is the law, and we will get audited. There are several cities that have already come under such scrutiny. We're starting with Bainbridge, I think, are the two.
David, any response?
Regarding the larger list, there are things that are much smaller, there are things that are larger that over the years, we have accumulated in our backlog. One of the things we talked about at all the tables was the limitations of our staffing and our resources. The BRA is a very small policy group of really 3 staff, and we utilize consultant contracts in order for us to be elastic in our ability to take on things that are priorities to the city. Without those consultant contracts, we would be really limited in our ability to take things forward. And we are trying to build capacity internally in the long term. That's one of my overall objectives. So having that capacity to take on that list is a long-term objective. I'd be happy to, at any time, work with the city manager to provide that list of things that we have. And there are things like roosters, and we talked about cleaning up our code compliance codes, and some of our process improvements and other code amendments that we think would be helpful, but they just are not that much of a priority given the bandwidth that we have. So that's that. And with regard to the comp plan, yes, we do have a really great comp plan. We want to work for it. It has, I think, what I consider to be a community-supported vision for our future land use and where growth and density might go. Really, it's focused on centers. Now, the question has been, which center should we take on first, right? Because we have a town center sub-area already in place, that seemed to be the logical place to start. Now, the question that I've heard come up in the community is, should all of it, not the majority of that density, go in the town center, or should it be spread across the Pine Lake, the Kalani, Pine Lake, or Inglewood sub-areas, and should we look at that? That would be part of that corridors and centers study, is to understand that. The comp plan does include the town center as one of the major places where low-rise and mid-rise building typologies are planned for and there's capacity for. It does identify that we should continue to plan for additional low-rise and mid-rise in the town center in order to ensure that we have that capacity. But I do want to be clear that we do have capacity now based on the town center, the other centers which are not yet sub-area planned, but do have community business and office zoning designations that allow for low-rise and mid-rise. We do also have the bonus parcels, which are the public-owned and faith-based parcels. And across all of those, we do have adequate capacity for our affordable housing application for low-rise and mid-rise typologies. The challenge there, which is really the big one, and I think we've all heard me say this before, is this an opportunity cost issue. And the challenge is that as those parcels change in their use and what is built on them, for example, building townhomes in the TCA zone in town center, or Sandplat building a new water tank on its vacant parcel behind its offices here, that those then come out of capacity. And at some point, our capacity will be diminished below what we are required to have, and we need to find other areas in the city to augment that capacity through rezoning to allow for low-rise and mid-rise building typologies. The easiest way to do that right now is in the town center. That is one of the reasons why we were doing the work in the town center, is to get ahead of those changes, because those are going to happen over time, and we will find ourselves, as we report out every year, in our major 5-year report out to Commerce, in a position where we don't have enough capacity. So that is, I hope, a good explanation for some of the basis for why the town center was a priority. It is an existing sub-area, and we also need to find additional ways to add capacity for low-rise and mid-rise, and that just seemed to mesh up with the next steps. However, that's not to say that we cannot take on additional sub-areas in the Kalani, Pine Lake, and
Thank you. Michael?
Let's see, I'm going to call on Councilmember O'Farrell to make sure I'm living by our operating agreements. So I say this with all due respect. I'm probably not going to comment on the work plan items here and now, subtract, add, minus, because it seems to me to deliberate these when I'm not certain what my goal I'm servicing, nor the vision that I'm leading towards. I will just be saying things that may disappear at one point, or comment on things that are no longer relevant. So I'm kind of in that same place. It's fascinating, but I don't know what I'm going to do with that at this point.
Thanks, Michael.
Well, and I do just want to point out that while I know we have capacity for the different types of housing, the current state law does require that cities must adopt pro-housing policies for the lower income, right? That it is the board rule that failing to plan for lower income housing is unlawful under RCW 36.70A.070, right? So we have to have policy mechanisms that will encourage, right? Right, so it's not just that we have capacity, right? We know we have capacity, but that doesn't mean that we have policies that are going to make sure that those happen. And I think that's the challenge, right? Is that our current densities, as we discussed, really don't make that affordable for those lower income levels pencil out. And so how do we have policies that support it? And I know that's a point of contention, but I think that's a discussion that we have to have as a council. Because we have to come to some agreement on how we're going to make that happen. Because I don't want to see us spend time in front of hearing examiners and in court, right? I want us to spend our resources and our time doing things for the community.
Lovely. We're going to move on. And very quickly, finance, admin services, IT, public safety. Quick.
So as Nancy said, our table was public safety, admin, finance, and IT. And Chief Lysa reported out about the Community Police Academy that's been in place for 3 years. It lasts about 8 to 12 weeks. The focus really is to show you the value add that King County Sheriff's Office provides to the community. And Chief Lysa talked about how, as part of helping the community understand the value that King County Sheriff's Office provides, they also get exposure to some of the tools that the King County Sheriff's Office uses, such as the helicopter, the marine patrol boat, the canine service, the fun things, right? It's like, hey, come listen to this whole classroom, and then we're going to reward you with something fun. So he also talked about the Police Explorers program, which really is focused on youth. And it's not necessarily a pipeline for youth to become law enforcement officers, but it's just really good to educate them as well. And the tools that they learn as police explorers, they can take with them to any other facets of their life. Administrative Services Director Mark Baird talked about emergency management and how they have spent a lot of time standing up a functional advisory work group with various utility partners and other partners they meet quarterly, and they are trying to figure out not only sheltering options, but other options related to our comprehensive emergency management plan. Finance Director Vicki Carlson talked about the financial system update, and that's been a huge focus and it will continue to be, including improving our very complex payroll systems. Also talked about financial process improvements and the need to diversify the city's revenue sources, which is just another way of saying we have to address our structural budget imbalance. And how are we going to do that? Of course, the idea that has received probably the most attention to date is the Metropolitan Park District idea, but there are many other opportunities for ideas, and of course the council will be involved in figuring out the menu of options to diversify our revenue sources. A good question brought up by Councilmember Boyer in our first session was, help me understand about our expenses. Which expenses are discretionary, which are non-discretionary? We didn't land on any specific percentages, however, it's abundantly clear that so many of the core functions of local government that the city provides are mandatory, i.e. non-discretionary. In other words, these are baked into the budget. And so the amount of the budget that you really have as a council to affect that's discretionary is a smaller percentage. We couldn't figure out exactly what those percentages are, but let's just say the majority are non-discretionary. IT Director Jim Honig talked about our permitting system replacement project, and that's going to be a huge effort. In terms of questions that we got, because each of these directors ran through like the same main goals that they were focusing on. But a question that we heard several times about the emergency management plan is, what is the communications plan around emergency management? Obviously, that was a big focus during this most recent election, and so a lot of interest from the council in what is our comms plan that goes with the emergency plan, and how can we make sure that it is emergency proof, so that, for example, during the bomb cyclone, when the internet was down, cell service was down, like how are we going to communicate with the community? So that was a question we heard more than once. Definitely more to follow on that. Another thing that came up in regards to the comms plan was a question about, what about satellite? Are we going to have the ability to use Starlink? Does the have the agreements with specific groups for sheltering? Mark Baird talked about that, and also Jim, and said that the city's current cell provider is Verizon, and there is work in progress to transfer to FirstNet, and FirstNet does include Starlink. So that's coming. Other questions we heard is about our earthquake simulator trailer. Where'd that go? So the city did purchase that. Some of you may recall a few years ago. Apparently it's an asset that has been transferred to Eastside Fire and Rescue, but because we're members of Eastside Fire and Rescue, the city of Sammamish still has access to that if needed for emergency training. There's a question about, well, are we going to train the community on emergency plans? And it was brought up about we could do tabletops, and also that trying to simulate an evacuation would be near impossible. So we will be trying to demo that. But there will be more to follow with regard to trainings. And then another question was asked about updating our IT and audiovisual and other systems. You know, will our council chambers be updated? Apparently that's been done. And so Jim can talk to you more about that if you're interested in understanding the improvements around that. There was also a question about how much did our new ERP system cost, and that's our financial tracking system. And it was reported out approximately $360,000 is what that cost. And you know, this is one of those situations where I guess it's good to not be the early adopter, because Director Carlson pointed out that in her last talk it was over $1 million, or approximately $1 million. and that's because it was, a few years back, and the cost has gone down over time. So that's to Sammamish's benefit. It also came out that as far as updating our systems, we're going to be updating our community development permitting system, and that's a big one. The question was asked, can we look at tree permits? And I'm sure Director Powell can tell us whether we can or not, but in any event, that's another update that's coming. A question was asked, can we outsource payroll? And unfortunately, the answer is no. The reason we cannot outsource payroll is because our payroll is so incredibly complex. We have a complex system with regard to Department of Retirement Services, various withholdings, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure that Finance Director Carlson can tell you more about that. And then, as far as other questions that came up in our group, question was asked of Chief Lysa about, hey, how's our e-bike safety education going? And his response was, we're going to try and get on that. Apparently, the youth in the neighborhood still love to pop wheelies and ride their e-bikes without helmets, blowing way past the speed limit through the various neighborhoods. And so our new community engagement officer, Matt, in conjunction with our new SRO, school resource officer, Kedrick, are going to take another pass at that. So more to follow on that, but an ongoing effort.
Thank you. Questions? Roshan?
Just on that whole e-bike situation, we were having a chat about that at lunch too, that it's probably going to be a situation that becomes more topical and not less, as we go into spring, summer. There was an unfortunate incident in Ireland about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, where a young girl, she was probably about 14 years old, was killed by an e-bike. They call them scramblers. So I think they're a version of that off-road electric bicycle. I don't know the details, and it was exceedingly tragic and has gripped the nation. So I just think we're in a situation as a state and not a city where we really need to do something about it before we have that situation here, because there's no going back when something like that happens. So I think we really need to figure something out soon when we see reckless behavior like wheelies down to 28, which is just extraordinary to see. And we can all tell what the outcome of that's going to be. So I'm not exactly sure, and I know in Ireland they have very strict rules about where and when you can use all these vehicles. And so now what they're doing is they're confiscating going forward. They're just taking it from you when you're not obeying the law. So I'm not sure where we are on that kind of thing, but I think sooner or later we're going to have to do something very meaningful about that.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. So the next thing I want to do is want to walk through the goals, because there was some conversation from some folks about eliminating some goals. So I want to walk through the goals, and I'm going to push you in teams of 2, and you're going to work on certain goals together, and we're going to come back as a group. But the first goal is environment. Protect when appropriate against the natural environment, address climate change through development of citywide policies, initiatives, and actions that ensure a sustainable future. Now, there's language in here from people, so they're attempting to change that language. Still about environment, but wanting to change it. That's what this small group is going to look at and see if they think that needs to be done. But what I need to know from all of you is this a goal that you want to keep?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, it might change, there's a priority may change, but you want to keep basically the issue of environment, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Combat climate change.
Pardon?
Combat climate change, yes.
The one that was questionable of the 2 was trust and transparency, ensuring that city government is transparent and builds trust with the diverse community by engaging residents in the decision-making process and promoting understanding of the city's activities through education and clear communication. A couple of you said we think we should get rid of that goal. So I'd like to have a conversation about, should you keep it or should you get rid of it? If you get rid of it, what do you do with the items that are in there?
Yeah, this is one that I think I identified as not the same as the other goals. It's more part of the operating assumptions and rules that we set for ourselves. And trust and transparency isn't a goal, it needs to be there, like now. It's not, and so when I was looking at what was included in it, I mean, we could spend a little time trying to figure out where else, if there is other places they belong, we could move some of those. But I just feel like trust and transparency isn't something we should have a goal. It should be something we assume we're gonna operate with.
Lovely. Michael?
Yeah, I agree along the same lines. I thought, well, this is more what we talked earlier around values and beliefs, not necessarily an actionable goal. I think this is, it should be in everything that we do. And to say it's a goal makes me think, so when are we not acting in that manner? And then if we have goals around it, does that mean all of a sudden we're not trustworthy? I don't think that's how trust works. If anything, I would put it in our ethics, I would put it in our council rules, I would put it in a value statement for either the community, but I think this is talking about how government acts in terms of trust and transparency, or even the council. So if it's the council, if we're not trustworthy or transparent, put that in our council rules, because this applies to everything else along the way. And I think we would behave accordingly. It's almost like it made it to that list too. So I don't think I would support that, having that as a separate goal, because I think it should be embedded in all that we do.
Yeah. Thanks, Michael.
So great alignment, I think that we all see the importance of it. I don't think there's any question about that. I think part of the reason why it is a goal, same with the environment. When I first got on council, we had our goals and priorities, and there were certain things that we said, well, we don't need to make that a priority because it's just part of everything. But because it wasn't listed as a goal and we didn't go back and measure it, it wasn't included as part of everything. So I'm certainly open to finding other ways if you don't want to make it a goal, but my worry, like I think it should stay as a goal for now, that we can take away later once it's put somewhere else. Because if it's not a priority, it's not a priority. Right, it's too easy to overlook it, right? We can say, like literally, the council said, oh yeah, environmental stuff is in everything we do, but it wasn't, right? When we looked at road projects and things like that, we didn't consider the impacts to the environment. We didn't look at it from that lens. So I like to keep them front and center and have measurable things. Because without that, it's too easy for it to get lost. So again, I'd like to say it could be something we keep as a goal until it has another home where it doesn't get lost.
I just want to look at what the definitions of success are. It's outreach and engagement, city website, and community survey and dashboard. So I just want to throw that out there because if you're thinking about moving somewhere else, those things could be moved. Michael.
Nancy.
And I appreciate the conversation. I'm saying elevate it. I'm not saying eliminate it. I'm saying it, make it more prominent. These behaviors, values, things, I mean, we could add in there, be brave, trustworthy, honest, forthright, all that stuff, right? It's like, yeah, no kidding, let's be adults. In my experience, typically organizations have, and I know I'm not a government person here, but you have, what you're going for, your mission, and there's typically a belief statement or a value statement, and we all subscribe to that, and that's how we live that every day. It elevates that, rather than, I think, minimizing it by putting in a lower stature in goal sets. I think environmental is somewhat different, but I could be talking about that differently. But honoring our commitments is important, but putting in thrifty and brave and all that stuff, like in a goal set, I don't know how I would make that an action. I think I would elevate it into a statement, have it prominent. It should permeate everything that we do, and that's why I would eliminate that one.
Josh, next. I also want to commend Amy. I was going to say, never mind, Josh, go. Oh, I know, wait. The comp plan. I'm wondering, to what extent is this in the comp plan, the values and vision and things of that sort? Just wondering, go ahead, Josh.
I don't necessarily have an issue with it being a goal, other than the items in the work plan don't really go towards the stated goal, right? There's the definition of success. 2.3 is one work plan item, and the rest of this is not really goals to achieve an end of increasing trust and transparency. It's kind of a parking lot for things that don't necessarily do that, right? So I agree with what Michael's saying, where the way we operate builds trust and transparency across the work plan. I have a challenge with having a goal if we don't have an endpoint in mind or an outcome in mind that we can measure against. And right now, I don't think the trust and transparency goal does that. So to me, it's a value statement. It's not a goal. So if we were to make this a goal, I would support that with specific results in mind. I think it's absolutely critical that we're trustworthy and transparent. But if we don't treat this like a goal and do what was done with this work plan, I don't see the point, really. So I can see both points of view. But I would lean towards keeping it as a goal and then finding work plan items that result in improving those results for residents.
Thanks, Josh. Amy, then Roshana.
So I support keeping trust and transparency as a goal. I do agree with Josh that there are specific items under trust and transparency, such as our strategic plan. I don't know why that is under trust and transparency, but I think that like a dashboard, right, that is for transparency to our residents. So to me, that should be added. But I do believe it does, trust and transparency needs to remain a goal, and if it is added somewhere else, I think we have a value, like city values, that it's in both places. I think having it reinforced that this is how we operate, I think it's critical. And when I think about, for example, staff, right? When staff recognizes the weight that we put on trust and transparency, that gives them, it affords them sort of the ability, if they see wrongdoing, that they will come out and say something. But if we as council don't value trust and transparency and emphasize it as much as we can, I think that isn't putting us in the right direction.
Great. Roshana?
Yeah, I agree with Amy and Josh. I would like to keep this as a goal, but I think the action items, if that's what we're calling them, these description things, they don't really speak to the goal very much at all. And I think we could probably rework these and make them more suitable to the definitions of success and stand behind this trust and transparency goal. I think we hear that a lot from our community about trust and transparency in government. I think now more than ever, particularly local government, needs to really be a champion for this. So I would like to keep it as a goal, but I would like to make all the, what are we called these?
Well, they're the priorities.
So the priorities, I'd like to make those more meaningful and speak more to that goal.
Any other comments before I call the questions? I'm going to ask you to vote on it because you're split. Michael?
Yeah, just finally, I would like to say, I think probably my evidence or argument for it not being goals is that we, in the past, didn't have action system for it. That tells me it was a value. And if there were some, this list would be as complete as, safety or the other ones. Again, I'm not trying to diminish that, and it's very important. I'm saying give it its due importance, and I think as a goal, it's not.
Okay. Josh, last comment, then we're going to call the question.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm ready to vote on keeping it a goal or not, because I think, to Michael's point, it is a value, and it's kind of how we filter how we do the rest of the work. So in some ways, I think it's a filter of how we execute against the other items in the work plan, and in some ways, I think there could be an initiative where it falls underneath it being a goal. For example, proactive production of email communications are insensitive. That could be a work plan item that fits a trust and transparency goal, whereas a filter of having, of doing work a certain way when we've got a work plan item, that's not necessarily a goal, it's just the way we operate. So I'm not ready to vote necessarily on whether we keep it a goal or not. I'd like to see what we put underneath it to see if it really fits the definition of what a goal should be for this year. Maybe one year we've got a trust and transparency work plan list where it's a goal, and another year it's just how we operate, and we go through each work plan item to see how we're going to promote that for that work plan item. So
what we can do is we can, in the next exercise, we're still work on trust and transparency and see if they can come up with a different list. I mean, we wouldn't have the time to do that in detail today, but would at least be able to get some thoughts. That can work? Okay, that's what we're going to do. I'm not even going to spend time on public safety because, of course, public safety is a bit of a goal, and you all have seen that. But the other one I want to talk about is goal number 4, DEIB. Advance diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging in a measurable way throughout the community and in the city government's policies, projects, and services. Again, a couple of you said you thought you should get rid of this. This is not something that's necessarily a goal. It's something you feel like the city should be doing already. Thoughts about this one?
If you don't measure it, you're not managing it. And if we don't make it a goal with measurable priorities, then we're not managing it. This is important. This is important to our community. Our schools are now majority non-white. I think diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially given the national climate, even if you don't believe this is a goal or priority, I think removing that from this list would send the wrong signal at this moment in time.
Amy?
Yeah, my comments are similar to what Pam said. We see what's happening in the federal government, dismantling DEI from universities, and I don't think our government should be dismantling DEI. It sends the wrong signal to our community. It sends the wrong signal to staff. There are specific staff members who came here as a city and decided to work here because we have DEI as the goal. I added a suggestion for the possible work plan item that we work on accessibility on our website and our documents and making them more accessible. So that is clearly a possible work plan item underneath that DEI goal.
Great, motion.
Thank you. I'm interested in keeping this as a goal. I'm also interested in expanding it in our definition of DEIB. I want to add in their language about a supportive employment program for neurodiversity. And that's something that I have personal experience with, but that aside, I think it's an expansion of DEIB, and it's something we have not talked about as a council, and I'm very interested in developing that for our community. So,
and we have that in the feedback in the plan.
Yes,
that we got.
Yeah. So I really want to keep going forward.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, similar to what I said earlier, I don't see this as a goal or eliminate it. I think this permeates everything that we do. I also think that we took an oath of follow the U.S. Constitution, our state constitution, all the ordinances, and all those things in there are already measured and demanded by law, even more so than our other goals. Our other goals are not backed up by federal law. This one is, and with punitive measures on top of it. So I'm not wanting to repeat things that are already we're expected to do already. The supremacy clause applies. We don't have to repeat those things. Otherwise, we repeat our entire book of law from every goal everywhere, which I think is impractical. I do think this will, again, be elevated, the fact that it's relegated to a goal like this, and if I look at what we're going to do about it, it is very sparse.
Other thoughts?
DEIB is not a state law. There is no federal requirement for DEI. Diversity, equity, inclusion, those are clearly, I think, goals. Title VI is discrimination based on race, religion, etc. Being inclusive for people in our community, making sure that things are equitable for people in our community is separate from Title VI.
So I'm hearing most people say they still want to keep it, Josh? Out in Kent, okay.
I lean towards keeping it so long as we actually have, like Pam was saying just a minute ago, measurable outcomes that we can drive towards. I don't want it to sit there so we can feel good about ourselves. I want to have something in there where we're driving towards. So long as we have actual outcomes we're striving for, great. I don't want it to be a placeholder. That's what I care about. So if we're not going to have actual items, then remove it. If we are, let's keep it.
All right, so I remember when we first put this in place, and I was thinking about that it was, in a sense, city, initially was, the discussion was that we're gonna first start this at the city, within the city. So, Mark, DEIB is law in the city, right? For hiring laws and practices. I mean, some of the goals that are on here, we do that, right?
Yeah, we're required to follow all the laws as it relates to hiring and applicants and such.
And it's, because I got a good place, but that would include also contract, giving out contracts to do work within the city as well.
We have within our procurement manual some language around giving some points towards entities that have DEI programs.
So that's a long answer that says yes. Or is that a yes, or is that a no, or Carrie, help me out?
With regard to procurement, we do award I would say, relatively small amount of additional points if it's an MWBE registered business. They have to be MWBE registered before the procurement due date, before their submission is due. And we are giving a preference for those registered businesses, but we don't automatically award to those businesses. I just want to be clear.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough, thanks. Okay, so here's because the goal is stated belonging in a measurable, throughout the community and the city's government policies, projects, and services. So the city part of it we've done. But as far as throughout the community, right, even when we discussed this initially, to push DEIB out to the community seemed to me at the time something that was like, wait a second, that's kind of what service people do. So my thought was, well, this is what we do. And as a community, we then hold events, we do different things to promote cultures or the community as a whole and invite everyone to feel like they belong, that they're included in that. So that's what we do, and that's kind of that definition of, having inclusionary outreach and events. So in a sense, I mean, by the way, we are doing that. So part of me, here's where I'm kind of jump to a different way, is that we as a council have a certain infinite amount of ability to do and impact things. So if I had to do anything to make it so I could be better, that the council would be better and that the city would look good, I would literally take out 2 goals and just get down to 3 to 5 goals, 4, 5 goals, so that we could just say, hey, within that set, we have that. I do agree with Councilmember Boyer that as these are written right now, maybe the DIB is a little bit better than the trust and transparency one, but the reality is this is what we do. So I would elevate this to a higher level and say, this is not so much a goal, this is what we do as a city. All right, when you walk into my community, that's what you should be seeing.
All right, question? We're gonna have to go to law enforcement, we're gonna make this.
I don't know how you couch this, how you phrase this, but this is really important.
Oh, I agree.
So this, in my opinion, I'm sorry, and this is kind of personal to me, and you understand why, because of my son.
Yeah.
People like my son won't ever be cared for and looked after when it's not deliberately called out in a document. People like my son will be forgotten about, quite literally and quite easily. And people would really love to forget about people with disabilities and with any other kind of marginalised group, because it's super easy, because this is difficult. And there are lots of other cities, communities, countries dealing with things like, what do we do with our disabled and intellectually disadvantaged adults when their parents die? What happens to them, and where do they go, and who's going to pay for that? Right? And as we all know, everything is increasingly more expensive. And I know this goal is not dealing with that. But if we fail, even on a superficial level, to acknowledge that this is something that needs to be addressed and given some time. The whole goal, I imagine today, is not to lessen the work that we do, but is to expand it and enrich it and to grow. I hope we're not here just to make this list shorter. I hope we're here to make this list more meaningful. And in doing so, that may actually mean that we make the list longer. I know we have finite resources and finite intellectual capacity, God knows that I do. But I'm not interested in being here to subtract from our work. I want to make the work more meaningful. And if we have to kind of maybe take away some of the stuff that's either surface level or maybe isn't working and make it better, let's do it. But let's not be subtracting things just because we'd like to list of 3 goals or 2 or 4. Let's make whatever goals, whether they're 20, that they're all meaningful, obtainable, and enrich this city, and send out a message to everyone that you are worth it, and we're glad you're here. Thank you.
Amy, is what you're going to say something additional and new? Same thing for you, Ken, because otherwise I'm going to say forget it, let's call it
No,
question.
I'd like to follow up, please.
So as the only person of color on council, and 30%, 35% of our community is people of color, I'm disappointed that we are actually having this conversation. DEIB, when we talk about inclusion, it's about value, that we value people. And so therefore, we have goals underneath that. It means that you're a valued part of our community. And I mentioned having a work plan item for document accessibility and website accessibility. That is all about including people in our community and to show them that we value them. I just, like I said, I don't want our city to be dismantling DEI and sending the signal out to the rest of the region that we don't value at each and every single person in our community.
Thanks, Amy. Ken, last comment.
Yeah, I think maybe I was misunderstood there, because I'm not talking about devaluing it. I'm not talking about signaling to anyone. What I'm trying to tell you is that we should elevate this. So you're missing my position. Look, I want everyone, I respect everyone because they're human. As every resident that lives inside our city limits, how about even in the region? So the whole idea here isn't about, it's about taking we do this is what we do. So it was to elevate it, to say, hey, this is impacting, and actually this is what we did. We've elevated this already to a point where it's impacting everything that we're doing, and it was the one goal, one of the goals that we handed our city manager. to look through the lens first of DEIB. So if you're gonna then turn this on to me that I'm some negative person about DEIB, or that I don't care about the immigrant population, or I don't care about people, then you definitely do not put that signaling device onto me. So I know, so I'm just checking, because I believe that I was already misunderstood by what I was saying. So that's my feeling, and I'm just being trustworthy and truthful with how I'm feeling.
Thank you, okay. We're gonna kind of call the question and say, how many of you want to keep it as a goal? Okay, so it's gonna pass for now. I'm gonna suggest also that whoever works on this does their best to really drive this to the measurable results that you're looking for, yeah? Okay? Now, housing, your job absolutely going to continue to do, so I'm not gonna worry about that one. I'm not gonna worry about financial stability, because we don't even know about that one. I'm not gonna worry about transportation. All of those are ones you're gonna want to work on, right? Yeah. Here's the deal. So what I want to do is I want you to go back into groups again. It's not going to be a full conversation. I want you to take on different ones. Now, I had trust and transparency DEIB out there, leave them up there. You can put them in any way you like. But I'd like Debbie and Scott to take on environment and DEIB. And it's tricky because they're interwoven throughout. Josh and Roshan will take on trust and transparency and public safety. Amy and Ken are going to take on housing. Michael and Pam are going to take on financial sustainability and transportation. What you're going to do is you're going to look through and you're going to say, should we change the goal? And I'm not asking you to wordsmith, but I'm asking you to look and say, does this goal need to change? If it does, you want to give us some information so staff can do it. Same thing on the priorities. But if the statement basically says the same thing as the current goal or success measure, forget about it. You know, if it's just somebody saying, I like different language, forget about it. Avoid putting details into goals. Goals are a big picture, right? Goal statements are broad. Discuss details belonging to success measures. Goal statements should be minimum 3 to 5 years. You're looking at. Success measures should be centered around the next 2 years, aka biennium. Success measures should reflect the stated goal, aka how does the success measure move towards the goal? They should be connected. And in success measures, ignore global statements. Strive for the future. Always go for measurable. And don't worry about wordsmithing. We'll figure that out. But what you're trying to do in this group is to give the staff some sense of, in these goals, what do you think the priorities should be? And you're not going to get it perfect, and that's okay, because they're going to come back with another plan for you. But you're trying to give them the information they can get started. So if you see something you say, I hate this, get rid of it. Okay, that's what you want to tell us. Get rid of that one. Or you say, oh no, you need to add something about this. Great, put it in there. Yeah?
So just to be clear, because in the past we had goals and priorities, and I think what you're saying is we want to have a goal and success measures. And I want to clarify that because I think there is a bit of a nuance, and I think it's okay, but I just want to make sure that we have clear marching instructions, that we're not looking to create a list of things we need to go do, but the measures that say, you know, I'll take environment as one. When our greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced 30%, right, that's a success measure.
Yep.
It's not the how do we get there,
right.
It's the measure of success.
Yep. And then the staff are going to come back and say, okay, can we do it? And if we can do it, how can we do it?
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that.
Yeah. So you're trying to say, this is what I want you to achieve. And then their job is to come back and say, oh, this is how we think we could achieve it, or we can't.
So if we all agree that we have to have a housing goal of some sort, whatever that may be.
Yep.
And then there'll be here's how we measure success. When we hit our targets.
Exactly.
Achieved X.
Exactly.
It's not the thing we're going to go do. It's okay. Thank you.
And you're going to have the staff here to be a resource for you. So if you got a question, they're here. And you can pull them in and say, hey, what about this? I don't understand this. And have them come and help you. Michael.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarity. So this is different than the assignment we had, right? Because we were writing definition of success. In other words, success is achieved when blank, and I filled in those I did do a metrics exercise to say, so many pounds of CO2. Like that's what you're asking for is results metric?
Yes.
Not the definition of success.
Correct. Different thing from this morning, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so get your partner, get at a table, get ready to dig in, and we're going to work as quickly as we can. Again, don't worry about wordsmithing. Just think about what is it that you want to be with this goal. What are the priorities? What is the right stakeholders?
That is what this is just what happens.
Michael. What's up?
So, you think about the protected classes. Most of them are, like your partner, except for disabilities, and all the everything. I think, like expectancy increasing, the author is getting higher.
Yes, and then I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Well, especially because it's based on major labor. Remember? So, like, let's go. That's my 7 years out. Right? And I found it hard to breathe. Sounds good to me. I think actually, I do stuff to healer, but it's just like fascinating how that's one category. We're not labor in and out, right? So I feel like I'm sitting down here actually that right now is
Which is the
it's his left knee, so he can drive with his right leg.
and we're not changing.
So it is the definition.
In a sense, I think it's the way it is, except that it's limiting.
Yes. We would take that whole thing, right? So we went all the way to the top page. And all I did was circle the question. Because we otherwise put it out on the same stuff. Every
I've never found one. I'm willing to
But then it's also like
That right there, the next thing, all of a sudden, it's like, hey, wait a second, so what do we have to do? And then on top of that, and we actually incentivized or there's so a lot of
we mostly achieved that.
I thought this was going till 5.
Well, you can see from the
3:35.
This is the capacity for just so you can see, so say, okay, we were even if you decide to say,
You keep that open and I keep this open.
rather than say, I don't
The next step So the question that we have is, we feel like our comp plan is a really good start. It's similar. And we have set it up to take on.
But somewhere in here is the definition of success. So like the top of the here is simply. So those are 6. Well, they do it like that. Right, so then it's so the middle is the definition here.
it seems like it's disjointed.
It centers on where it's
I mean, I'm just like,
Let's go with something that we can actually try to So that's kind of what you see.
and I think in between there, so I like your idea though, of going to the and so I think that,
So I would say, and I'm going to try not to play so much on this experience. Because ultimately, you're that's what
yeah, I think that's something that
I'm happy to help. If you want to decide, I want to do something almost, we can take It just means, but I mean, I think,
well, you know, I mean, that's the one
Delivery. 5.3 in favor of that.
It's a combination of, can you reduce the and continue to and so that's why you will hear those are the trade-offs that we'll be.
So the other thing you have to do is see
it's easy. These two are easy. Good. I think it's So again, it's the issue is the measurable. Right. Well, and I think the challenges you're here has been discussed is we're weaving in between ultimately a set of values. Working we don't necessarily say
think
the challenge there is we still need to take a sense from we have the basic set up where we can add things like where the inclusionary affordable housing benefit exemption, you know, if what we're doing is trying to offset land use when developers choose as a matter of their decision to build small homes. They're not doing that right now. There's no affordable it's 5,000 square feet. It's just the same. When they say it's that's why I say we're going to make it cheaper for you to build, so your profit is more. That's our goal. And not everyone sees that. That's what the inclusionary affordable housing thing is about.
We have this community survey of the
Demonstrating the dashboard, so we might work with that.
So I think the first one is we want to change
I would say we might have to revise document equity because people are right, so training and special strategies, this is we're just that we need to continue to you can train so you have to continue to do that type of
it's just changing it from facilitate to deliver. That's it.
I know your sheet is delete 5. We talked about this before. And you have to have
I would say we're operationalized right now. Operationalized. She's saying, what I'm trying to say is we want to have a program.
It's hard for me to say.
We can have them in some cases, but they're not fully built out. So, what say,
That's why it doesn't have, it's like smart, not having to close everything.
I think we're
like it. Share it. What's this final one? Once the council decides to communicate it,
housing.
Did we have
So it's exactly our version of success that we have to
To make sure
And then the next one is updated operational job center plan. But I would say that it is updated and operationalize the town center plan.
I don't know that we need.
And
And so, as you already, I just have to.
some other city centers. Because what I'm trying to say is we want to make sure that we have to do something.
I think to your point, it's provided or we have to figure out better ways to make it. I know there was some
to measure progress on these, and I just asked them, well, this one they've already done some of. So, this is an ongoing thing, but some of it's already been done, so it's going to be and I asked him to include one for taking the language because it has demographic information on it that kind of the right side. Yeah, and it's are we making progress?
So federally, there are some changes, well, it's always been best practice, but now we are mandated to do this. They're like, everything has to be accessible for people like computers and technology for like videos and stuff. So it's like captioning, audio descriptions, like photos and video, making documents a certain way so like the things that are
We've identified the role of each sector and the necessary corresponding we didn't have to study on 228 how would so we that segment photos and stuff. Intersections of the rate we're on 228.
That was my case.
And now it's lawyers.
The number of
Exactly how
It was basically, I have a concern about complete corridor planning that identifies relationships between, we don't have a standard planned centers and necessary investment strategies to support.
Okay, so we'd like to put some value to that. Like, put a number to that.
Clean it up, like, that's it.
Every time parents or kids.
We want something.
If we're going to use I would define it just noticing out because there's going to be presumably levers
Makes mine easier.
Because I wanted to get to the neighborhood character and use architectural character of the neighborhood. You don't want to destroy the corridor. You want to improve it.
Who's gonna read out for you guys?
Okay, so housing. So the initial goal on housing was facilitating housing options that meet a diverse range of incomes and needs. The bottom line is we already do that. So we met this goal with our comp plan. So the next thing would be is where would we go next? And that is that we would deliver housing options that meet a diverse range of incomes and needs. We could even shorten that up and change the language, but that's the gist of where we headed. Then we would delete 5.2 altogether, but it's okay. We're going to discuss in just a second here with our other points. So 5.1 would be implement programs and tools that result in measurable housing outcomes. That's required in 5 years anyway. So we have to, and yes, we have to do this. So might as well put it down as this is a deliverable or an operational objective. 5.2 says to update and operationalize and if you want to call it the town center plan, fine, but it's center plans to begin and also begin sub-area planning in other centers. So the idea is where would we appreciate housing to be delivered would be in the centers. Town center being one of those centers. And then 5.3 goes to complete corridor planning. So once we update the plan and begin the sub-area planning, we would complete the corridor planning that identifies relationships between the planned centers with a functioning corridor that maintains the architectural character of the community or the neighborhoods within the community along, and in this case, most of them are on 228 minus Kwame, which, it's got its challenges too. So we would want to look at the functioning of that whole corridor and how they work together. And then we would have to talk to transportation, obviously, about how then we link that all to light rail that's coming in 2044 on the south end. Thank you.
It's going to be a hard act to follow, but they did have just one goal. And they were very concise, very to the point, and very clear. But any comments, thoughts? Okay, that was great work, guys. I mean, that was really good. Folks, you have a different challenge. You have two goals, and one of them is one of the ones that we're thinking, oh, we don't want to do it.
Give them all this history and stuff, but it's like, are we going to go home today?
Okay, what do you got, Josh?
All right, so I'm going to miss the mark compared to what Ken just
Yeah, they were very, very.
And Roisin was taking notes, and I don't have them in front of me. So we're talking about transparency here, and what we were leaning towards for the goal. So what we were looking at doing is making actionable items within the trust and transparency goals. So basically everything underneath, everything under the work plan effectively got dropped in there. It seemed like a parking lot for items that could theoretically fit under trust and transparency, but we felt that everything that we do fits under that. So we talked about keeping the community survey with the dashboard underneath that, and then adding public records request as a work plan item. So this would be creating a better way to respond. Maybe it's proactive disclosure, maybe it's really funding Project Elephant or what have you. But effectively what we're looking at is a goal that would accomplish multiple things. 1, reduce budget impact. 2, reduce staff time. And 3, increase transparency with the public. So we're not acting as their Google search engine, and they can find things themselves. The other thing we talked about doing was potentially like an email newsletter, kicking that back up as a way to proactively reach out to folks faster. And then as far as definitions of success, we didn't get too deep into what they are, but we were looking at an X% response improvement to public records requests, communications role, looking at broadening our reach into the because we're in a really fragmented media space, so not just relying on Facebook, but going into newsletters and actually putting money behind those elements. So if we've got a parks event happening, can we spend, so can we spend $500 more in Rigapalooza to increase the number of people who attend so that our cost per attendee goes down and our event is more successful? So doing things like that, and carry that forward to all the things the city does. Many of the things the city does. And then we also talked about dashboards that make it possible for residents to understand really quickly where projects are, because we've got the TMP, we've got the TIP, we've got the CIP, and go look in PDFs. This was done 6 years ago, and actually we're not doing that one anymore. So surface where we're at in one spot for all of our projects. This one is still planned, this one's paused, this one is going under construction now, this one's been kicked down the road, but someplace where people can go and see all that information. Did I miss something? I've got notes over here too.
Yeah, no, I think you covered everything.
Did I cover everything?
City work dashboard was the last one.
Great, look at that. You want me to go to public safety? Okay, into public safety, we didn't really have significant changes on that front. I raised a question about what do we mean when we say something like high level? It's not defined, and when we're interpreting things that have cost drivers in it, knowing what high level means is certainly important. On the emergency management program, this also kind of goes back to trust and transparency, but communications improvement, and not just what words do we use, but how do we get it in front of people, which was kind of brought up earlier. We had doing things like, increasing the potentially things like speed cameras in school zones or cameras, things like that, something that could reduce the amount of work that our police have to do on a regular basis, drive some revenue, make things safer. And then understanding like the Community Police Academy, great program for us to do. It has minimal impact with, like, there's not very many people that participate in it. What's the cost? Is it really a work plan item? Should we really call it out there? So understanding, again,
then would these be better work plan items instead?
Oh, yeah, so doing things like the speed light cameras in school zones, would those be better work plan items than the Community Police Academy?
So, Mike has got the stuff from housing. Angie, have you got the stuff from these two? You got it? Thoughts, questions, concerns, feedback? Okay, folks.
That's okay. We'll get to it.
Okay. No.
Thanks for the mic, Mike. All right, we had environment and DEIB. I think there was a recognition that under the existing definitions of success, that they all reflect dealing with carbon emissions, and so trying to find a way to maybe roll those up a little bit into a broader one, and then maybe add a second component that gets at, as part of environment, that gets at the, sort of maintaining our current natural habitat, and Debbie, check me if I'm wrong here, but basically maintaining and our current natural habitat as much as possible at the highest level as possible, if that makes sense. And otherwise, that the three definitions of success currently are good, but they all have the same core component of reducing carbon emissions. And so maybe there's a way to do a little staff and wordsmithing to try to consolidate a little bit. Thank you. And we need a way to actually measure how we're being successful. And so trying to figure that part out as part of that sort of perspective revision. So that was environment. And the second one was DEIB. I think that overall the existing goal we didn't necessarily try to tweak, but for the existing definitions of success, I think one of the pieces is maybe for like success 4.1, continue implementing the implementation of the equity framework might be a way to sort of continue that on. And then trying to find ways to measure out how we're doing and then report out as a way to help get at definition of success 4.1b, which is outreach, to say, here's what we're doing and here's why. And then maybe there's a way to evaluate the results of the community survey, if there are relevant survey questions to help roll into figuring out whether or not we are sort of engaging the community in a way that is tangible. And so that's, again, that's my wordy capture, which I'm sure Mike will help me be less wordy when we get there.
No. Thank you, sir. I had made a suggestion of a definition of success for DEIB, and is this the part in which that would be discussed, adding that to it, or is that something down the line that we do?
That's in there, isn't it?
It's a proposed definition of success.
It is in there? Yeah, it is in there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay, it's in there, so I think we've got it covered, Rochelle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So you got 2 big ones.
Okay, so we asked clarifying questions before we started this, and so we didn't actually go through the line items that were in the current ones. We tried to come up with measures of success, which is a little bit different than I think everybody else did, so I hope it was okay. For the first one, which was fiscal sustainability, our first comment was that we like working together. For fiscal sustainability, I think we agree that there probably should be a little bit of tweaking on the goal itself, just to focus, just to make sure that we're clear on sort of what the spending side and the revenue side should be in terms of the goals, but we didn't wordsmith that. We kind of talked about that. And then in terms of measures of success, we want to create, and we didn't have good measures, but we came up with the ideas. The staff assured us that they could do better than we did, which is that we need to make sure that we have a measure that says our ongoing expenses are offset by ongoing revenues, that we have criteria that we agree on for how we approve non-essential expenses, right? Which are a lot of the things we do, right? And I picked on parks, but I was like, figure out Park South is non-essential, but it's really important, right? So it's not something that we would just not do. But how do we come up with criteria, financial criteria to say what are the, like to move forward and what is important enough to move forward. I de-fixed the variable cost for project approvals, and I think you guys, somebody touched on that. Asset management, for the life cycle of assets so that we understand what those ongoing costs are. When we buy something, when we buy a piece of property and it may seem very economical, but the ongoing costs of that, and really sometimes being able to put that on a per capita basis as well and understand what the value is and what that's going to do if populations decline or increase. Having an asset management system, right? And so that we can understand the value of things, how much it costs to maintain and replacement schedules. And then to relook at our reserve levels and to make sure that we all agree on what those reserve levels should be in each of our funds. For transportation, I think that I don't know if we really rewrote the goals so much. We came up with a lot of good. What we basically we want a really good functioning transportation system. That was our overall overarching goal. But some of the key measurements would be point-to-point travel times, right? To pick some of those and to measure those and to make sure that they're staying safe or improving. To be able to look at how we can reduce congestion, reducing vehicle miles traveled seems like a good crossover between transportation and environment, because we have state laws that we have to comply with to actually reduce vehicle miles traveled. Improving mobility, that might be part of that Uber goal, and part of how we can do that would be to look at how we're maybe reducing the number of people in the single occupancy vehicles or increasing access or increasing the use of transit, some of those types of things. So looking at things that we can measure to say how are we really making progress there. There were lots of ideas. Michael had lots of great ideas that are impactful about some of the things we can go do. We talked even about reduced travel time, reducing occupancy vehicle, network completion, multimodal, increased transit, and other what was that? Single occupancy vehicle solutions. So just looking at that, looking at things like where students may not have bus service. Are there projects like, trails that we can improve so they actually could legitimately walk or ride their bike to school, because while they may only be a half a mile as the road lies, it might be a mile and a half by roads, and so it's not realistic. So lots of ideas on how we can do that, but we try to focus more on what are the types of things we need to try to measure for success. And then when staff come back and say, here are some ideas how we can achieve those. Although Michael has lots, so I volunteer him to help me, because he loves it when I volunteer him for things.
Thank you. Thoughts, questions, feedback? Okay, I'm going to say we're going to dismiss the staff, and the council members come up and get into a circle up here with me, with the staff. You can leave. Great to see you. Love the work you've done. Thank you very much for being Two things. One is the mayor paper that you gave, and we'd like to talk about that for a few minutes, and then I want to do a closing exercise.
Okay, did everyone have a chance to read item on? Yes. Okay, I understand. So I just want to be clear that it looks like I was starting how staff works. That was mainly an area so that we could understand how we were working in practice. I thought it was better if you had given information and kind of walk through. Knowing that, it was certainly all change if we actually. My challenge with the goals as we're doing them is that almost everything can fit in everything, and they end up being kind of everything designed so it can be marked off for things that we're doing. And I would like to see us focus on having goals that drive specific outcomes for residents. So we set a specific outcome and then drive to it. And one way which is a lot of more goals. You said one big item per year that you're really driving towards that can have a cascading effect on the other things that we do. And where the city is right now, I felt that that was adopting a performance-based budget. So what that means, I kind of outlined this all in here. So probably better for me to just answer the questions people have about it and try to reread all of this to you. But the main idea would be that we identify where we want each element to go and how can we want. And then, so let me, I'm going to by adoption of the 2029-2030 biennial budget, shift from activity-based planning, which is basically what we just did, to performance-based budgeting by using 2027 next year as the transition biennium to establish a baseline service and initiative measure and apply that to budget decisions. So 2026, we've got time to collect some data about the things that we do. And then we use that information to find out, is that good enough? Do we want to go somewhere else? Okay, now let's, as we're doing the next year's biennium, establish where we want to be, put money into those things, and if we're hitting those goals, great. If we're not, adjust. And we do that by setting different performance levels for each item. And we're kind of in a way doing that, but this sets it as like how we, the basis of how we do it with everything. The other element I'd like to see us do as part of this is understand what, and I put this in the definitions for us, is core services, those are police and fire, and what enhanced and adaptive services look like, so that we, as we're coming to the public, asking them for more money, we can very clearly identify, if we didn't do this, what we would have to cut. So I wish I had more of a presentation. I'm going to walk you through this in an organized fashion. I don't have that. If anyone's read it and wanted to ask some clarifying questions, I'm happy to answer those.
And Josh, what would you like? Would you like people to have a work session on this? Or how do you want them to proceed on this?
Well, we're in a position now where anything we do on this needs to be done in an open meeting. I can't do it. And then if there's like direction we want to look at this more, we need to do 2s and 3s with staff, I think. So, and I also did not get staff's view on if the timeline I have is feasible. We've got a finance system that will be, that will make this workable, but I don't know when it will be done to a point where this will become workable, so that's important. But, so I think this is probably the next step would be staff going out and maybe asking me some clarifying questions so they understand what I had in mind if something wasn't clear, because it's very possible in this document that there's some things that need to be cleared up, followed by meeting with council members to see if this is, directionally an appropriate way for us to go. So I want to stress, this is a directional thing, not a prescriptive thing that I'm proposing, and there's going to be a lot of different ideas about how we can execute this.
Question. So, see if because I read it. So the idea would
let me see if I understand this right. So the city took the direction of completing the comprehensive plan. And then once we made that, and that was our goal, I mean, not even was it a goal, it was required, and we were going to do it come hell or high water. The outcome was pretty much set by 2024, that this comprehensive plan would be this document. Is that simple? And then I know that along the way, we ran into some bumpy stuff and the state threw some curveball at us at the last minute. But I mean, a lot of decisions were made as we progressed from 2022 actually to 2024. So similar to that is what you're asking? Because I know you picked one topic that said, hey, if we are going to actually tackle this, the budget, in a sense, our financial situation for the city, when do we actually accomplish that, right? So I don't know, but here's a framework in which you think that should be the direction the city's going, and maybe some people follow along with you. Is that what I was reading?
Yes, so this would be, the framework for one, how we budget, but two, decide what programs, what work plan items we actually do that are not mandatory, and then also help us establish what service level we do for each one of those on an ongoing basis. I know last year there was, snow plowing was one of the things where service levels were talked about. And I'm talking about we have low, medium, and high for just about everything that you could realistically measure. And so, even doing it for police and fire is important so people understand, we can save money on police and fire, but it means we're not doing this or we're not doing that. And then we choose, okay, if that's police and fire is a core service, and we're going to do it at level 3 versus level 2, that leaves this amount of money left. Okay, now fire comes up, okay, we're going to do that at level 2 because of these reasons instead of 3. And then we go into the items that are, very important, but not necessarily mandated. So those would be like our parks. What does that look like? What service level are we fine with doing versus what the level? And then we can have a transparent conversation with why we're raising taxes or proposing new taxes for people. So that's the...
So I see it as a different planning process. It's a different planning and a fiscal budgeting process, that you would be looking at, which is fine, but you all are going to have a conversation about that to decide if that's something you want to do.
Right, and I think the important thing here is that it's not getting rid of adopting this framework does not get rid of anything necessarily that's important to us. It just re-languages what we call goals into what you basically, Scott, what you already call them, which is lines of business. Is how they're kind of made up.
So just to put in simple terms, what I think I read is that this framework is really taking a look at the items on our work plan, and it is prioritizing the items on the work plan. At the very top is the mandated ones, which are legally required. That's at the very top. We have to do those. And then we'll prioritize the other things that are on the work plan, and we'll tie those with measurable outcomes. Is that the goal here? And then those measurable outcomes will be used possibly in a dashboard. Hopefully it's in a dashboard to show the community this is, how we're defining success. And is that pretty much what you're thinking?
Yeah, precisely. And to that, if, for example, I'm going to pick on Rigapalooza, what is the cost per attendee? Is it a good use of our money, or could we shift that money elsewhere? And right now, we're not measuring that. And this would give us a mandate to measure that and then determine, is this a good way we're spending money, or can we get a better result for residents if we do this another way? So this creates that opportunity.
So it's not just work plan items, because Rigapalooza is not a work plan item. It's like just event planning that we do. So we're looking at more than just work plan items. We're looking at more line item things too.
Every
Right.
line item in the budget, it sounds like.
Effectively, I call them in this like a service portfolio, and you'd have to cadence it. You couldn't do it all at once, so you pick the most important ones that you work down, but you create a service portfolio of what we do. And not everything would be on it, like the city clerk work to put a check, that wouldn't be on it, right? But other things would, and then we decide every year what service level we want to provide for those. And that gives us what I think is a more transparent way of deciding how we're spending the money. And it's a lot of work, which is why this is over a 3-year period at minimum before we can even think about executing.
So this whole process is multi-year, just to develop like this framework and what's measurable and all of that, right? It's not like...
I think so, because you need time to collect the data to even the most minimum data we need time. Like, we don't know how many people attend Ringapalooza, so we say 500 and it's really 1,000. Like, so we need to collect that information.
So, well, yeah, I guess I'd probably rely on Scott to help us understand how much this would cost and how much time this would take staff.
And that's going to be a bigger conversation.
Yeah.
You're going to have to spend some real time on this, Pam and then Debbie.
Yeah, so philosophically, I'm aligned. I've done this in the corporate world. I do think that I could see some challenges for parts of it, at least in government. Like I know for the EFR budget, for example, there's actually 3 buckets. We have the absolute mandated stuff. Then there's critical things, right? So for example, I don't know, this is probably not true, it's probably mandated, but let's just say inspections are not mandated. But that would be a critical item. That would be something that we're not really going to cut, right? Like maybe there's no legal requirement for it, but it's not going away. Same with like keeping our parks open. Now, what level of service we maintain them at, maybe, but keeping our parks open is not legally mandated, but we're sure as heck not going to close our parks, right? So there's sort of 3 levels of things, and you'll find that the 3rd level of the discretionary, if you will, is actually quite small. And I'm happy, like we already talked about as part of our work plan in the past, is going through levels of service, and we started with snow plowing. So looking at the levels of service is something we're already starting to do. So I'm fine with that. But I would want a much deeper discussion. I want a lot more details on how we're thinking about doing this at the government level and talking to staff about how we can really make this possible. Because I think we need to be careful that we don't go down this and do a lot of work that doesn't necessarily add a lot of value that we could have done in a much simpler way. So again, philosophically, I'm aligned. I think we already started down the path of saying we really need to relook at all of our levels of service. We've always had a very high level of service for everything in the city, but costs are going up much faster than revenues are. And have been for quite some time. So how do we start to look at where we could start to wind things back without having a negative impact on the community? So I'm happy to do that. I just don't know if we have to shift everything, but I'm happy to try to achieve what you're looking for in the most efficient way. But I do think there's a lot more conversations to have here about how we go about doing that.
Yes, and so it's not just levels of service, but it is deploying dollars effectively and being able to measure against that is so.
Totally. But again, in the government, the reason I pause on doing it in government is some things in government take longer on purpose, right? We have a slow process for certain things because we have 8 public meetings to get input and things. So we just have to be really careful about saying, hey, we committed dollars to this, we haven't seen the result, we're going to cut it. You may start things and cut things before they ever get off the ground. Whereas in a corporate world, you're going to expect to see results much faster. I would love to see results much faster, but my first year on council, I learned why sometimes we take it slow, because you have to get that community input. You have to make sure that you're having that engagement with the community and that you're going through all those steps. And that just takes some of those processes. I mean, we slowed down the whole thing with looking at increasing the density. We slowed that down on purpose to have more engagement, right? We could have been done that a year ago, but we said we want to have more public meetings. We want to have more engagement. We just, again, we have to adjust our thinking from the corporate world to the government world about how would that really apply, because I don't want us to commit dollars, commit the staff, do it for a year and then cut it, and it never really had a chance to get off the ground. So it's a balance.
Last comment.
Yeah, I'm supportive as well. I'd like to learn more about it. I echo all of your comments on it as well. I know when we were first oriented with the work plan, with the staff, what we're looking at on the work plan is not the whole work plan.
No.
And they all have basically administrative things or things that are just recurring, automatic, that don't require council addressing. So I'm thinking we probably have a pretty good starting point for all of those activities on the broader work plan. Just asking, that might be a place to start to even look at how we're spending our money.
Yeah, and council and new council members will recall, hopefully that we already did some version of this when we were walking through. We've gone through what I'll call the bucket exercise of I think we had 4 originally, but we sort of combined the last ones. But we've sort of done that at the high level to cost out at the broad what we're spending on the must-haves, the required versus the nice-to-haves. And again, the nice-to-haves can be critical things that the community wants and loves, but if you're comparing it to, do we have to provide police? Well, we know what's going to win out. And so we have a version of that. And I totally understand there are components that we would love to be able to move forward on. I think one of the things, hopefully you all recall, is one of the things that Vicki is doing is that she's moving us to what's called program budgeting, which gets at that into a small part so that we can do that kind of analysis, and that's already in play. And so I think that's a piece that, we know we need to be smarter about this, and we are working towards that. The ERP system was the first step to be able to get that kind of data. But the data that we're getting in, and I want to be really honest about this, I would love to have more refined data for specific components, but we don't have that at the moment. So there is the time run to really build into that it's a pretty substantial one. I want to just be upfront about that. I think the challenge that I'm just going to present to all of you, or for those that have been in my office, you see the sign that says, what problem are you trying to solve? Is that we have some decisions to make on our fiscal future that don't necessarily, we won't be ready to do what you laid out in time to have to make that decision. And so part of what we were trying to do is to be a little focused and try to do it for what we might be wanting to work towards to get at the level of service. And if you want it enhanced, what does it look like? If you want less, what does it look like? So that we can go out and share with the community, this is what you have today. This is the universe of what it could be. It could be less, it could be more. Or does the community have an appetite to do a lot less, which is maybe getting out of those lines of business. And I think that's the conversation that collectively, as we move forward, we always have a desire to be more transparent, to have better sort of numbers and data to be able to make more informed decisions. I think we all share that goal. And so it's really just a question of how much time, effort, resources do you put into that to be able to then make a decision point? And then what does a decision point mean moving forward? And so we're happy to talk through that. We're happy to have further conversations with you all about what that looks like and to do a little work on our end. I felt that, while I did read it, I also felt that this was for you all to have the discussion before we sort of jumped in and had any sort of professional review of it, if you will.
Okay.
And so if that's
I want to learn more before we have staff start doing anything, if you don't mind. And I do want to set expectations that we don't get to choose our level of service of fire. We have decided to be part of Eastside Fire and Rescue, and that is the level of service that we get. We could certainly go there and say we want to,
we can smile a lot,
but that is not really something that we have.
Again, it's a difference between government and corporate. That's a great
Well, yeah, and certainly we can talk about, more police or less police. I don't think we can actually have less police than we have now, just because you have to have at least one police officer on every shift.
Yeah.
And in some instances, that's all we have. So I just want to set expectations, because I know there was a thing about reducing police and fire. We'd all love to reduce the costs on that, but I think we all need to take a minute and learn a little bit more and see what we're paying per capita and how that compares with around the region. You will be surprised, at least on the fire side, to see that we are paying some of the lowest cost per capita
of anybody in the state. So I just want to caution that we don't set an expectation with the public that we can't possibly really have a huge effect on that level of service and cost.
Michael gets the last comment.
Yeah, so is it, I guess maybe to make this real short, is this when we want to talk about this or some other time?
We're not talking about it now.
Okay.
Because I have a lot of questions.
No, you got a lot of questions, you got a lot of homework to do on this. This has big ramifications for staff.
Yeah, well, I mean, people gave you an opinion on this, but I'll wait.
Okay.
If now's not the time, then I'll hold my.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll wait till we talk about it.
When would that be? Like, are we really going to take time to talk about this, or can you provide us more information so that we can even decide if we want to spend a meeting talking about it?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was your idea, sorry.
So, well, at this point, what I proposed is more of a, like, if you're doing this directionally, this is how it could be done. This is not, I'm not saying this is the exact way to do it, and this is my proposal. What I'm doing is providing a vision or picture, and then coloring some of the edges. So you
And my question is like, when, great, and I'm glad you're doing that, right? It's just that, okay, now let's discuss, and I didn't know when that might be.
Yeah, so for example, part of this in here says, and I can't meet one-on-one with people anymore on this, right?
So do a study session.
Yeah. Do a study session.
And just make it
But there's a cost to that, right? Like, staff has to staff that, so we need to make sure we have enough information that that's something we want to spend a whole meeting doing.
Or can we do?
No offense, but
Can we do
we
twos
have
and
a lot of
threes on
things.
it? Can we do twos and threes? No?
Yeah, I feel like we shouldn't take a whole meeting to do that until we have more information.
You could do twos and threes.
Yeah. I just want to know what staff thinks about this first, too.
Can I suggest that we provide you all in writing an overview of what the program-based budgeting is going to look like?
Yes.
Because it is not going to go to the level, let's say, of Rigapalooza. It would go to the level of major events, like we could cost out 4th of July.
4th of July.
So we're
right?
going to talk about this.
Right. So let us give that
Okay,
response.
then I'll weigh in.
But then you guys can have a.
Yeah.
And then we could have twos and threes or whatever we want to do after we get a staff response.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to get a staff analysis and then decide how you're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
Whether it's twos and threes or
Or
study session or whatever.
Okay.
Sound right?
I really think Michael has an opinion, and we should give him a
You think, now I'll wait. It
Okay.
sounds like we don't know the process to get this done. I'm willing to do it anytime.
Okay.
It sounds like we have an agenda to get through.
I'm with you, I want to go home.
Yeah, I'm feeling that people are tired. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
Okay. So the last thing we're going to do is, some of you have done this before with me, is appreciations. And appreciations work like this. You say thank you to someone about something, a quality, a characteristic, something they have done, and they can do one thing in return, and that is to say thank you. They can't rebut, they can't add on to, they can't anything, just thank you. So I'll start. Rachel, you're just a joy to work with. You're so clear, you're so concise, you get it done quickly. You are just a joy to work with.
Thank you.
The floor is open for individual appreciations. There'll be group, but first individual. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, Michael, thank you for being willing to take all of my razzing and letting me volunteer you for things and all that. It's fun. I kind of feel like this is very serious work we do. It's very heavy, and for me, that kind of levity makes it bearable. So thank you for being accommodating to that.
Thanks.
I want to say thank you to Kent. I gave him some feedback this morning, and he took it very, very well, and then made fun of me throughout the day for it, and I appreciated that. Thank you, Kent. I also, when I had my emotional moment, I was looking directly at you, but it was not, of course, directed at you, and I just realized after my comment, I was like, oh my God, I was looking at Kent the whole time. And so I did come up and have a private moment with you and explain that to you, so I appreciated that you were willing to hear me, and thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie.
Amy, I appreciate the time with you today. It's maybe the third time we've had much of a conversation at all since being elected, and I hope that we have many more opportunities to spend more time together. I appreciate your perspectives on what the city is doing. I know it's coming from the right place.
Thank you.
Rasheen, we work together on the trust and transparency. There's just, we've had conversations, but we've never actually like worked through a problem per se, and it was an enjoyable experience.
Thank you, Amy. Unbeknownst to you and to everyone else, there was a moment when I was going to drop out of this whole thing. And being the principled woman that you are, you talked me off the cliff and said, follow your gut, your intuition, and do the right thing. And I will always be thankful for that.
Thank you. I want to thank Kent. We did the housing thing together, and there are times, we disagree a lot. I think on this, having the conversations, we agreed, and that was good to see.
Thank you. I'm kind of bummed because that's what I was going to say. So since I have the floor, I'm going to thank you though, Amy, because that was not an easy task that we were assigned, and David was really good, but it was really our input into the conversation with Mike and David that made it so that we really shine today. And that was because of your hard work and your input, and so thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you.
That was a good thing.
Just take a moment to thank Josh for putting all the work into the memo. I think it just, to me, it feels like you care so much that you're willing to put all that time in without knowing whether or not it was going to be something that would be, how it was going to be received. So I just want to say thank you for your commitment to what I consider to be the community. And I know all of you do, but I think in this specific instance, I want to say thank you.
And I want to thank Kent also, specifically for the call out earlier for the good work that staff has done on stormwater. Those kind of things mean a lot to staff, and I just really appreciated you recognizing their good work. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I second that.
Nancy, I appreciate you doing the work with us. We started in one place. I think we've moved a little bit on that time. And a lot of that is the result of your leadership through this stay with us. So thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is open for group appreciations. If there's a group appreciation you want to offer, you can offer it now.
So I appreciate, because I was talking to some staff during the break, and one of the things that they said to me, and I totally agreed with them, was that every council member cares about the community of Sammamish at a really high level. And that just really centered me to say, hey, yeah, that is one common ground that we have. So as a group, I just wanted to thank all the council members, mayor, deputy mayor, for the fact that you care about the community of Sammamish.
Well, Kent stole mine.
I just think, I would just want to say that I am kind of proud of all of us, that this was not an easy day. I was not sure how today was going to go. There has been in the past clear divisions of factions, how we feel about one thing or another, and it's not easy to get into a room with people that you think you're diametrically opposed with. So I'm proud of all of us that we are here, and that I think everybody brought their best self today and really tried to kind of move the needle on issues and kind of meet in the middle-ish. And I think that's a success. That's a success. And especially today, in these days, and this time that we're all living in, that's a huge success. So I think well done, everyone.
I appreciate everybody's honesty, and I can tell everybody is like wanting to work together. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate that.
I'm going to go a little more broadly, and I want to thank all the council members for being willing to commit to the time, energy, and effort that it takes to be a council member, not only today, but overall. I know that it's not just reading the packet and showing up at the meetings. Yeah. This is a more than part-time, it feels like a part-time job that we're paying you for peanuts But it's a true commitment to be a council member and to show up, particularly on days like today, and give up your Saturday for this. And so from the perspective of the staff and needing that kind of direction and cohesion from the council, I really want to say thank you for all of you leaning into this, because it's the working relationship overall, to Rachel's point, it ripples all the way down.
Okay.
And so we want to make sure that if we can all come to that working understanding and work together, regardless of direction, that is a real positive that we carry down to the staff, and then the staff feel really good that they're doing what council wants them to do. And so that's a very powerful thing. And so I want to say thank you to everyone for that.
Okay, go ahead.
If staff is watching, or maybe you guys can take it back, every 2 years, it's a new council. And staff has to adjust every 2 years. And they still have to get things done. And I don't think there are words to express the appreciation that they stay the course. That used to be, once upon a time, most of the staff lived in Sammamish. Now that's not possible. But they care deeply about this community, and they dedicate their heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears to making where we live a better place. So if there's a way to express that appreciation to every one of them. Transitions are hard, and they do it literally every 2 years. And this is their job, this is their livelihood, this is how they feed their families. It is something we do and we care about, but none of us are feeding our families from this council job. Not here.
Not Spanish, not.
Maybe the dog, no, not the dogs either. They're way more expensive, but this is what they do. And so I'm very aware of this. This is my 4th such transition, I think now. And it's hard for me, but this isn't my livelihood. So I do know we have an amazing city, right? We talk about, there's the one road, but I mean, we don't have a lot of potholes. I mean, we have everything about our city is just truly incredible and amazing. And it's not like we're lucky that we have the money that we have and the resources that we have to have such an amazing community. And it only is so nice because of staff. It isn't because of anything we do.
Great. On behalf of the staff, thank you.
I want to remind you that in this era of some of the worst leadership I've ever seen, the way you interact with each other is going to be critical. The fact that you can collaborate and work together despite having differences is going to be essential. To model that is as important as any substantive thing you're going to do. If you model that, you model good leadership for the community. They get to remember, oh God, there is good government. And they need to see good government right now because they're seeing horrible things at the federal level. And the state's struggling too. So it's so important. I just can't tell you how important it is and how wonderful it is for me to see that you made movement. You've come. You're coming back together again, and you're going to need to be together because it's not easy. It's tough stuff. You're always going to have tough issues, and you're going to have to stay together to get through it. So, good luck. But I have confidence in you. I think you're going to be just fine.
I'm not sure how to take that good luck. There was a little edge on that.